speaker on one side of the House to respond to a speaker on the same side of the House. So I'm not going to actually break that convention, that norm, and that practice, except to say if I had $1 million, I would have spent it on houses for my people in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this budget presentation by the Minister for Finance demonstrates in clear terms, Mr. Speaker, that the Labour Party administration clearly understands that their future is not tomorrow, but the future is now. And therefore, we are marching towards a more resilient, modern, and dynamic version of this beautiful country, Dominica. Mr. Speaker, we must not forget where we came from. This country has been battered by Erica, by Maria, and the global pandemic, COVID-19, which havoc on small nation states like Dominica and the world by extension. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, because of the shared determination of our people and the fortitude and visionary leadership of this country, we have been able, Mr. Speaker, to steer the ship above the choppy wave. And today, Mr. Speaker, this country is moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say further. And this budget presents the opportunity for all of us, irrespective of our political shades, to reimagine a new Dominica and to work towards building our new Dominican civilization. The time is now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, for us to embrace the opportunities created in this year's budget and put our energies into positive action. Now is the time for action, Mr. Speaker. And now is not the time for us to be posing blame, but for us to embark on a collective endeavor to build a dynamic Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is what this budget presents, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, his contribution, Mr. Speaker, was punctuated by prose. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I was able to grasp some inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker, in his presentation. Mr. Speaker, the notion that, Mr. Speaker, under the CBI program, that you can assign a fixed rate for every economic citizen is misleading, Mr. Speaker, and to an extent, deliberately harmful, Mr. Speaker. And why do I say that? He knows, and every member on the other side, and in the last sitting, you heard from Dr. Henderson, who sought to explain the implications and the variance we have in the various programs. We have a program whereby, under a family of 4, someone can pay directly into the government's treasury, $165,000. We have the real estate class, Mr. Speaker, which allow for a family of 7. And then it calls for a certain amount to be paid to the government coffers. But, Mr. Speaker, so to apply a straight figure, that is to say, if you were to see 200 CBI citizens and to apply $165,000 US, it is deliberately harmful, Mr. Speaker, and you must stop it. But I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, because the leader of the opposition, he's not there, but I know he's listening, has consistently failed to pay attention to the basic premise and principle of maths and arithmetic, Mr. Speaker. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? You know, going back to primary school, on that side of the house is saddled with educators. And, Mr. Speaker, you may have been a teacher too. But you would have gone to primary school. And if you go to the simple principle of what they call long division, you will know that you cannot divide a smaller number by a bigger number. You know that. You would know that the teacher will say to you to pay attention to the size of the denominator. You would know that. Because very likely, you're going to end up with an improper fraction. And a right teacher will say to you that your fraction is vulgar. Do you understand that? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying, Mr. Speaker, if you give me a chance to demonstrate to you, can you permit me to so to do? Okay, Mr. Speaker. I can recall, what's standard 2? No, I'm going to show you something and ask tell me if that's making sense. What do you see there?
You know the speaker cannot respond, so I'm just looking at it.
You see there 18, and you see inside the book, yeah, free. 18 to free. All right? 18 to free. The leader of the opposition have been consistently trying to put a bigger number into a smaller number. It can't go in, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter what lubricant you use. You can use margarine, you can use Vaseline, you can use WD-40, you can use Harbor and all. It cannot go in, Mr. Speaker. It cannot go in. So, Mr. Speaker, but did you take out? Let's go back there. Yeah. Go back further down, Mr. Darrow. But, so, if you put 3 there, and you put 18, then you put 18 there, and you put 18 there, 3 and 18, you will see that 3 can go into 18 6 times. It's not the opposite, Mr. Speaker. Yes, for him. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, if he doesn't appreciate that, how do you therefore expect him to have an appreciation for more complex arithmetic issues and principles, Mr. Speaker? So I'm not surprised at that. Mr. Speaker, then he said something to me that was fascinating. You can recall he said that $8.5 billion has been missing. But he accepts, when you look at the projections, he said that we're not going to be able to meet the projection in this year's financial cycle. I would have thought he would have said to us that if we're going to fall short, we have a reserve hidden somewhere of $4.5 million to take from it to make up for the shortfall. So he himself knows that his math is fuzzy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to make reference to a number of issues here that was raised on the other side, which I think needs some broader clarification and amplification. Mr. Speaker, we know that we went through this very unfortunate situation where a 12-year-old child who should have been migrating now to high school is still missing. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, there was a national front, irrespective of political color shades, to fetch that child. There was no politics in the initial days involved in that exercise, therefore. Now we are seeing a variation where people are inserting politics in a matter of national significance. Mr. Speaker, all of us feel for that child. We had a situation where the police had to respond. But those of us who are younger than me, and most of you are inside there, would have recalled in November of 1976 that 2 school children at the time on the way from school were adopted by Elias Tumba. They were brought into the hills and they were held hostage for 48 days. Those of us who were minors like myself in those days, we were scared to even go into the shop to buy bread. You had to be back home before 6 o'clock because everybody said Tumba will be around. People were scared to run carnival beyond 6 o'clock. Can you recall that, lady down there? We have been down this road before. Elias Tumba was subsequently shot in a boxing plant, and he died shortly thereafter. That cloud of trepidation then disappeared. Mr. Speaker, in a similar situation, the only thing that is missing from that formula is the fact that young Kenisha is yet to be found. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, through you, to express my gratitude to the police officers, the men and women of the police force, and Dominicans who were part of that exercise. As we speak, the police officers, supported by the fire and ambulance services, and the forestry officers, continue to search for that child. The police department has assigned a team of investigators to look at every possible lead that will bring closure to that very sad story. We all, as Dominicans, are praying and hoping that some closure can be brought to this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want at this time, Mr. Speaker, to say to this honorable House, going back to what the leader of the opposition said, when he made reference to the debt to GDP ratio, he made reference to 105%, our current situation insofar as our debt outlook is concerned. What he did not say, when he sought to have made a comparison between what obtained then during the Workers' Party administration, was that the true reflection of the national debt at the time did not form part of the debt portfolio of that time. In other words, Mr. Speaker, they cooked the books, Mr. Speaker. Cooked the books. Because you had other line items, Mr. Speaker. The debt that was being owed to the then DBMC, the monies that were owed to Social Security, that were not reflected in the debt portfolio. The $140 million, Mr. Speaker, that was contracted for the banks at 14% in Trinidad, that you heard Honorable Douglas quite well made reference to. They were not contracted yet. That was not reflected. When the Labour Party came into office, we had to start paying back those loans, Mr. Speaker. So you cannot make a comparison then and now. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we must not behave like we never lived in Dominica for the past 20 years, or 5 years. Mr. Speaker, you heard speakers before me made reference to the battering that was caused by Hurricane Maria, and Mr. Speaker, Erica before, and COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Where was the leader of the opposition? In Japan? In Dominica, Mr. Speaker. We are speaking in terms of, Mr. Speaker, in terms of damage, losses, and of course, Mr. Speaker, needs. In aggregate, over $3.6 billion were needed to restore Dominica to some semblance of normalcy. 4 years thereafter, look at where we are, Mr. Speaker. We are building, Mr. Speaker, state-of-the-art health centers. No other country in the Caribbean can build, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the #1 economy in the world. They did not have Hurricane Maria. We had Maria, we had Erica, and then we have COVID. We had COVID. The other most advanced economy in the world, Japan. What is the debt to GDP ratio of Japan? 260%, Mr. Speaker. There was no Erica in Japan. You go to Barbados, one of the leading economy in the Eastern Caribbean, 140%, Mr. Speaker. You go to Antigua, 101%. There was no Hurricane Maria in Antigua. You go to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, 95%. So those are the realities. So when you come to the House, We have a fundamental obligation to educate and to edify the public, Mr. Speaker. Dominica belongs to all of us. We must therefore put our energy to reimagine a great and dynamic Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is what the party is all about, Mr. Speaker. That's what it's all about. So don't come there and misrepresent the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Finn is a lady, John Finn, sorry. She drives around Rosa on a car. So I know that she's driving from Good Hope to Roseau. She's not taking a broom from Good Hope to Roseau. She's driving a broom. She's driving on a post, Mr. Speaker. She's driving. She's not parking her car in Roseau, takes a broom from Castle Bruce or Good Hope and come to Roseau and then drive around Roseau. She's driving. So you cannot tell me, Mr. Speaker. Okay? Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, seriously. So, Mr. Speaker,
but which part? Is he not sure about the broom or the vehicle?
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the university I was told
You see, Honorable, that's the problem. They tell me I should not laugh, but they give me jokes.
Yeah. It is all contingent upon the connotation she infer from what I just said, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I was not speaking like Honorable Austri. So, Mr. Speaker, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to get that straight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, much was said about firearms, crimes, sexual offenses, etc., and quite rightly so, Mr. Speaker. All of us have to be alarmed by crime, and the whole issue of crime management is a fundamental issue for all of us in Dominica. But we must not speak out of convenience. We have to be serious by our deeds, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I once, although the AG did an excellent job insofar as trying to explain and bring some light to some of the legal ramifications involved, and not sit to actually go towards that direction, except to say, Mr. Speaker, Dominica was ranked the third safest country in the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean for a reason, Mr. Speaker, and 41st in the entire world, and they said the whole latitude soil in Patois, Mr. Speaker. Because we are able, notwithstanding the difficult period of time that we had in terms of COVID, how we can marry, etc., to have witnessed a steady decline in the crime rate insofar as indictable offenses are concerned and summary offenses, Mr. Speaker. For a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me just to refer to some information I have written before me, Mr. Speaker, from 2018 to 2019, Mr. Speaker, we had an 8% drop in serious crime in this country. And from 2020 to 2021, 18%, Mr. Speaker. Our crime rate, Mr. Speaker, when I've done the comparative analysis from the 90s, for the past number of years, have been the lowest. But, Mr. Speaker, we all must be alarmed by this recent upsurge of gun-related offenses, Mr. Speaker, which has given death to a number of young men who should be at the productive phase of their lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is going to require a holistic approach. A certain element of affirmative action is required. But fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, we have to work as a community and as a country to stop this nonsense now in this country, Mr. Speaker. We will provide, your government will provide, the police with all the required resources, Mr. Speaker, to get to the root cause of that problem and to find, indicate, and to syndicate, and to eradicate that syndicate, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Danny Luge, the member for Rosa South.
Honorable Danny Luge.
How could I make that mistake, my parent? I applaud his intervention when he called for decisive action to be taken. I am therefore calling on every member of parliament to work with the police and to warn the constituents that when the police is in a particular area within a constituency, that they should not obstruct the police, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, reference was made about the Firearms Act. I have been speaking to all and sundry, and I'm willing to work with everybody who is genuinely concerned and want to present solution to this problem, Mr. Speaker. But you may recall, Mr. Speaker, just before I became the Minister for Public Works, then we were very futuristic in our planning. In 2007, to be more precise, when we actually had a gun amnesty program. We met with all the stakeholders, reviewed all the similar laws within the Caribbean. After the expiration of that program, very few people brought in the firearms, Mr. Speaker. We went to Parliament and we repealed, Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the then Firearms Act. And, Mr. Speaker, we actually enacted comprehensive, stringent gun laws, Mr. Speaker, in this country, Mr. Speaker. But the police alone, Mr. Speaker, cannot deter crime. The police alone cannot deter the usage of illegal firearms, Mr. Speaker. It's going to require every facet of the criminal justice system and every member of the society, Mr. Speaker. We are not having an honest discussion in this country on the issue of crimes. And I'll come just now when I speak to sexual offenses, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, Dominica is a small country. And then you have a situation whereby people are fascinated by this consumer world. They like to bling. They see a friend with a nice watch. They want it too. So, Mr. Speaker, it goes back to our value system, Mr. Speaker. And then we have to go back to the days, Mr. Speaker, of trying to recapture the bedrock virtues of life, hard work, ambition, Mr. Speaker, industry, Mr. Speaker. Those are the virtues that make a strong country great, Mr. Speaker. So we can have all the laws we have, but if the general disposition of a people is not in sync with the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, then we have a problem. You get my point? Now, Mr. Speaker, having said that, the police so far for this year has recovered 46 illegal firearms. 26 people have been brought before the court. 3 women and 23 men. Women have illegal firearms too, you know, in the purse. Well, in the purse, Mr. Speaker. Right? In the purse. Yeah. And as the AG rightly said, so far, only one person was given a custodial sentence. That is not going to deter our criminals, Mr. Speaker. So let us go back to the law. If you have in your possession an unlicensed firearm, or you have a firearm without a valid license, and the AG described the different implications there. The current law speaks to, upon summary conviction, 15 years or 5 years imprisonment, or both. 15,000, sorry. Or 5 years imprisonment, or both. And upon indictable trial and conviction, 20,000, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, having said that, under Section 52 of the Firearms Act, you have a mandate in the current legislation that imposes a compulsory minimum sentence of 15 years for anyone who is found, who uses a firearm to commit a crime. Rape, robbery, etc., etc. The law says that a person must be sent to jail. That is what the Labour Party has been doing, Mr. Speaker, in terms of upgrading our laws, Mr. Speaker. And then we have heard a lot about sentencing guidelines, but they are not mandatory. And in that same Firearms Act that we have legislated, Mr. Speaker, in this House, which both sides gave support to, it talks about the magistrate and the courts must take judicial notice and to deviate from the sentencing guidelines when you have a crime like illegal firearm that is so prevalent. The law is there, Mr. Speaker. So the police has to be responsible. Parents have to be responsible. Community leaders have to be responsible. But the courts have to be responsible to society also. There should be no vacuum within the system, and this battle has to be addressed frontally, Mr. Speaker. We have gone further, recognizing that we have seen that people have brought in illegal firearms within our bona fide ports, working in concert with the Customs Department, spent to date $2.5 million, Mr. Speaker, to procure 5 extra machines. 2 have been installed, 1 at the Douglas Charles, 1 at Woodridge Bay. 3 of them will be commissioned just now. That is what the state can do by way of response, Mr. Speaker. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the staff of the FIU, because that $2.5 million came from the forfeiture account, Mr. Speaker. And that is what your government is doing. When its monies are confiscated, it is put back into our law enforcement effort and endeavor, Mr. Speaker. That is what a responsible government is all about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that. Mr. Speaker, Sexual Offences Act. And all the speakers spoke with absolute eloquence on that matter, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that the Attorney General referenced that, I want to make a reference to it. And I will seek to address, Mr. Speaker, some of the lip service that our people have been involved in insofar as sexual offenses against our vulnerable group are concerned. We have, Mr. Speaker, and I can say that with absolute certainty, the most comprehensive Sexual Offences Act in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. When we started negotiations and consultation in 2015, I was the minister then. The Prime Minister, through his foresight, established a ministry then, using the most qualified legal draft person in the Caribbean, Mr. Ray Harris, to chair a technical committee. We met with all and sundry, all the coalition groups who were concerned about our young people and the vulnerable groups in our country. They made a recommendation. We took wholesale the recommendation, except for one thing, Dr. Henderson, was the registry for sexual offenders, Mr. Speaker. That law, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Chapter 1046 of the 2017 revised laws of this beautiful country, made a total overhaul of the 1998 Sexual Offences Act then. Because the 1998 Sexual Offences Act did not impose a mandatory obligation on parents and teachers and medical professionals and nurses, etc., to report sexual abuse of a minor. We did that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, so the notion there is the law. The Honorable Attorney General made reference to 31A. I don't like to read in Parliament, but Mr. Speaker just gave me your permission to refer to Section 31A, which places a mandatory, Mr. Speaker, duty on parents and guardians of children to report cases of sexual abuse against minors and other vulnerable groups, including young boys and the elderly. Is a gender-neutral piece of legislation, because a number of instances our young boys also are a prime targets. We have to be careful of that. And it says, Mr. Speaker, as follows. Any person, Mr. Speaker, who is the parent of a minor, that's A. B, has the actual custody, charge, or control of a minor, has temporary custody, care, charge, or control of a minor for a special purpose as the attendant, employer, or teacher, or in any other capacity. D, a medical practitioner or a registered nurse or midwife who has performed a medical examination in respect to a minor and who has reasonable grounds for believing that an offense under this act has been committed in respect to that minor shall report the grounds of his or her belief to a police officer. That is what we have done as a responsible government. But subsection 2 says, any person without reasonable excuse who fails to comply with the requirements of subsection 1 is guilty of an offense and is liable on summary conviction, Mr. Speaker, of a fine of $30,000 or 5 years imprisonment. That is what we have done as a responsible government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this act was carefully amended by this government. And Mr. Speaker, it places an onus, Mr. Speaker, on parent and medical practitioners to report instances of sexual abuse of minors. Mr. Speaker, there's another important part. Because this act also makes provision, Mr. Speaker, for the obstruction of prosecution of a matter. And that, as we read from the AG, under Section 41B, whereby a person prevents a minor from 1, giving a statement to the police or testifying, Mr. Speaker, that person can be fined $50,000 or 5 years imprisonment. That is our current legislation, Mr. Speaker. They don't read it, Mr. Speaker. They are only interested in politics, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot solve that problem by way of politics. It's by our deeds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our laws have been carefully examined by the AG's chambers and to look for every possible loophole. And then we have been hearing where people in whose care a minor is, or minors, are being forced not to testify. There's a provision within our jurisprudence to address that, Mr. Speaker. To address that. You see? So, it's not a question, Mr. Speaker, of not having adequate laws, Mr. Speaker. We have in this country, Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Law and Procedures Act, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to perverting the course of justice. We have that legislation here where people force a minor not to testify, Mr. Speaker. And the offense is created, and the penalty, Mr. Speaker, is 15 years imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. That is what the Labour Party has done. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that on that whole question, it is time for us to have a frank an open discussion from a national perspective on this whole issue of sexual offenses and care and respect for our minor and the other vulnerable groups within our society. The law is there. It is there. It is us who are not protecting the children. It is us who are failing to report the police. It is us, you and me, Mr. Speaker, who want to make arrangements with the prosecution. And it is us, you and me, who love our boyfriend more than our own children, Mr. Speaker, and want to make arrangements. It is us who like and love our family reputation more than the genuine care of that young child, Mr. Speaker. It is us, not the law. It is us, Mr. Speaker. It's time to have a frank and honest discussion about sexual offenses. We are just giving lip service. And we must address this whole issue from my standpoint, Mr. Speaker. It's just the symptom of a broader fundamental root cause problem. Because the same people, I see them on television, I see the police. And I went to some of them homes for beating their wives. Beating their wives. I have, irrespective as to what you think about me, I have no respect for any man who raises his hand on his girlfriend or his wife, my friend. I would be out of place and disrespectful to raise my hand on my wife, my friend. Or if my children, Mr. Speaker. So when men think it's okay to beat their wives and their girlfriend in front of their children, what do they expect from that son when he grows up, Mr. Speaker? When men believe that marriage, Mr. Speaker, gives him the authority to rape his wife, what do you expect from our little boys, Mr. Speaker? It speaks to a systemic cultural male dominance issue we have still existing in this country, Mr. Speaker. And without, Mr. Speaker, the proper education of our young boys through socialization, you can have every piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. This thing is going to remain within society, Mr. Speaker. It is time we stop, Mr. Speaker, placing the blame at one man, and this is, I like to call my name too, Honorable Scary. He has done it, like my boy, I don't know what my boy Kitchen is. All right? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, through his leadership, have provided every piece of legislation to protect everyone in this country. It is us who, Mr. Speaker, who are failing our young people. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there is no excuse why a woman or a father who fails to report a sexual abuse occurrence of a minor for that person not to be charged. If a mother loves a husband or a boyfriend more than a little child who cannot fend for herself, let her go to the same jail with the man, Mr. Speaker, for 15 years, Mr. Speaker. And if a mother loves her boyfriend more than that little child, I want to make an arrangement. I want to force the child not to testify. Let the mother go to jail for 15 years, and let me see whether the father will come and see her in jail, Mr. Speaker. I'm almost certain, 1 week after she goes to jail, the boyfriend will get the next one. Those are the kind of discussion we have to have in this country. Mr. Speaker, folks like me, you know, I'm a Mayborn, and we say it as it is. And some people don't like that. But I like myself, Mr. Speaker. It is time we engage ourselves in an honest discussion, Mr. Speaker, on this fundamental matter and stop pointing fingers, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy continues. It continues. Why some of them go on national television and speak on both sides of their mouths? I was trained to verbal, verbal expressions. Different shapes and thing and variation, eyelids, etc. All this kind of. I'm showing that. All right? And I look at them, and I said, my God, some of them wives run away from them in England or wherever it is there. And they come, they're speaking about, Mr. Speaker, about caring for the child. And then where do you think that an exception to be made to you because you're a pastor or a priest, and a man comes to you and said, I have sex with my little girl, and you're saying that you should not be allowed or to report it to the police? Who say bon Dieu? If the man confesses, let him confess to God. But if he comes and he confesses to a priest or a pastor that he has sexual intercourse with his child or minor, the confession ends there and he has to be handed over to the police, Mr. Speaker. That is the serious discussion we have to have in this country. This is the discussion. We must address the root cause of the problem and not the symptom, Mr. Speaker. I see somebody shaking their head, Mr. Speaker. But that is what the Labour Party is all about. Mr. Speaker, I heard reference was made to the need to beef up the police force capacity, etc. This government over the years, Mr. Speaker, as you have known, you were part of the government. And when we speak about national security, Mr. Speaker, it is much more profound than the police and physical infrastructure, etc., etc. It speaks to our value system. It speaks to for our appreciation for the rule of law. It speaks to access to justice. It speaks to the just application of the law. But over the years, Mr. Speaker, this government has placed significant attention to the police. And of course, with the occurrence of this kidnapping of this little girl, adoption of this little girl, Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation, I as a minister have to look at all the gaps and see how we can augment our capacity. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, we will be building capacity within the police force to meet the challenges of current times. And Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful what we ask for, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have received, and we have discussion already with the Prime Minister, and I want to commend the Prime Minister for his support. And every time is very much inclined to provide the resources to the police. I suspect maybe it's getting tired of me now. Mr. Speaker, we have a proposal from the police chief to establish a canine system with our department within the police force. And the intention is to start, Mr. Speaker, with 4 dogs, Mr. Speaker. 2 will be for general purposes, and the other 2 will be for specialized searches and explosive, Mr. Speaker. We also intend to have a component to it where we can do our own national breeding. We have already identified the personnel to be trained in that area. Mr. Speaker, I can speak to that because as a young man, maybe 21 years old, I had the opportunity to be at the second best or biggest training school in England. Yes, yeah. And it was 21 years. And one of the areas that we got training in was the usage of dogs, Mr. Speaker, for specialized searches. So I can speak to that. I can also train dogs, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be doing that. Mr. Speaker, in order to augment our search and rescue and gathering of intelligence, etc., Mr. Speaker, and to actually, Mr. Speaker, help the police in its effort to detect crime, Mr. Speaker, we will be embarking to establish within the police force a specialized department for which, Mr. Speaker, drones will be used. I've gotten, Mr. Speaker, from the Chief of Police, three such options, Mr. Speaker, which I'll be discussing with the Prime Minister, except to say that that drone will have added capabilities, Mr. Speaker. Given the current national threats confronting this country, apart from the capability, of course, through thermal capability for better capturing of images, etc., and for the possibility of rescuing somebody, we are going to have enhanced capabilities to deal with broader national security threats, Mr. Speaker. I will not get into the fundamentals and details of that for security reasons, Mr. Speaker. But that is that we shall be doing, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to defend this country, Mr. Speaker. And the Labour Party government has demonstrated in the past its ability, Mr. Speaker, to defend this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Permanent Secretary and all the staff members, the heads of department.
14 more minutes.
How many more?
14.
40?
1-4.
How are you counting there now?
You started at 3:04.
Mr. Speaker, I like to move that the minister be given 15 more minutes to complete his contribution.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Reuben Blackmore be given an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 15 minutes.
14 plus 15 is 29. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's going back. Let's going back, Mr. Speaker, to what I said just now in commending the Permanent Secretary, the heads of department, and down to the cleaners within the Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs. We have, over the years, Mr. Speaker, been committed to the task, and everything that is contained in this year's budget by way of achieving prosperity to the highest level and building a resilient and dynamic version of Dominica is contingent upon our ability to be a peaceful and safe country. We take that very seriously. But I want to start, Mr. Speaker, with the Department of Labor. Mr. Speaker, we had adjusted the minimum wage order in September of last year. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the employers who have been complying thus far with that order. But there are a number of employers who have not been complying with the order. Mr. Speaker, under the Labor Standard Act, namely Chapter 8905, Section 23(1) provides the minister, whoever the minister is, with the legal facility to appoint an inspector. And this inspector shall have the authority to enter the premises of any business place and to inspect books and records for the purpose of finding out as to the wages paid and any condition affecting the condition of work of the employer. That section of law will be invoked, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there is full compliance and action taken against the employers who have not been complying with the minimum wage order, Mr. Speaker. We had heard in the past a hoopla about the need to adjust the minimum wage. We were responsible and we conducted a labor survey. And people said how much they were paying their employees. Is it that they overstated the amount? In that regard, Mr. Speaker, we shall be meeting with all the labor unions to ensure that this matter is done in a responsible way. We have to also understand, Mr. Speaker, that the ordinary folks who are paid minimum wages, the only commodity that they can sell is the labor power. It is therefore, Mr. Speaker, reasonable that we pay them consistent or above the minimum wage order, Mr. Speaker. It is un-Dominican. It is unjust, Mr. Speaker, not to pay your workers who are in the first place allowing you to generate income and profit, Mr. Speaker, because of the sweat, Mr. Speaker. It's not a favor you're granting somebody when you employ them. People have to be paid, therefore, for the labor power, Mr. Speaker. And we shall be, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that there's compliance in every respect of that order, Mr. Speaker. The Labor Department, over the years, have been, through its instrumentality, have been providing avenue for work in Canada and other places for a number of farm workers. We have seen other opportunities, Mr. Speaker, where mechanics will be required to work on the farm in Canada, cooks, etc. And we're doing everything within the Labor Department, Mr. Speaker, to assist, Mr. Speaker, people who want to exercise the option to go overseas to fetch work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Central Police Station, if you go to the estimate, $1 million actually is provided for to actually reconstruct the Central Police Station. And I want to commend the Minister for planning. You never forget, he is my neighbor in two cases, Senjo, and we live close to each other. It always reminds me, Mr. Speaker. Because Central is a very busy police district, and I want to commend the police officers who have been actually tolerating that condition for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, the much talked about police training school. We intend, Mr. Speaker, to pursue it. We had identified some form of funding, but we'll have a discussion going forward with the Minister of Planning and the Minister for Finance going forward. We are hoping, Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, to see the completion of work at the Casablanca Police Station and the list. We have provision in the estimate made for those interventions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have to do is to seek to fight crime. And going back to the whole issue of firearms, etc., illegal firearms. And certainly what we see in Dominica and in other countries in the Caribbean and the world by extension is what we call the cross-fertilization of crime, where the guys who get involved in drugs are the same guys who get involved with illegal firearms to protect their trade, Mr. Speaker. A number of these firearms are actually coming through the back door. I have said to the police chief that it is time to close and to shut down the back door. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure, as well as ensured, that we have more police boats right now in the waters. And I want to commend the United States government through the instrumentality of the military services, of course, namely SOFCOM in Miami. A new police patrol boat will be added to the fleet in due time. As we speak, we have been trials of that boat, Mr. Speaker, to help build the capacity of the Coast Guard, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, you can recall when we reported before this Honorable House, $2.5 million was spent to reconstruct the jetty. There was an outstanding intervention to have been done at the time, the slipway, which is critical, Mr. Speaker, to the jetty. As we speak, through the instrumentality, again, Mr. Speaker, of the United States government, we have the American people at the Coast Guard building the slipway for us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the American government for that, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We are making provision in this year again, for the addition of 50 additional police recruits, Mr. Speaker. All that we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Just going back to the prisons, because I don't have much time, Mr. Speaker. We have to place emphasis, Mr. Speaker, on reform. When a prisoner goes to prison, some of them have to be locked up and locked up for a long time by virtue of the gravity of the crime that they're committing. But the prison setting in 2021 should be so organized to allow somebody a second chance, to allow the person the possibility of being reformed. That is why we're placing a lot of emphasis on rehabilitation. You heard Dr. King make reference earlier on to this construction model that is currently being done at the Street Prison. In sewing, inmates are going to school and to rewrite their exams in mathematics, in English, etc. All these things we're doing, handicraft and leathercraft, Mr. Sanders, woodcraft, all those different instructions are being done at the prisons. But, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation with the remand section. I am for tough enforcement, but I'm also for the respect of the rights of a prisoner. So we have a situation whereby prisoners who are currently on remand are placed in one common area. If you go to the estimate, $218,000 is provided for us to actually have separate and independent cells with washroom facility for every person who is actually at the prison waiting to be tried, Mr. Speaker. Those are the things that we're doing, Mr. Speaker. You know, the whole question of building a secondary fence because people stay out of the fence and send drugs and other stuff into the prison setting. We are almost completed. We have a line item there, Mr. Speaker, for the completion of that. Mr. Speaker, access to justice is critical, and it speaks to not only having nice and fancy facilities and infrastructure, which is welcome. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, in the last financial year, and we have seen the relocation of the registry, inclusive of the Supreme Court, and then we have 3 courts, criminal, and 2 courts that can be used for civil or master's court for pretrial cases, Mr. Speaker. That's what we have gotten. The probate section is beautiful, but we have the possibility now of getting a 3rd judge to deal with civil matters, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing as the Labour Party administration. We are now at a situation at the magistrate court where all our magistrate courts are placed in one building at the Bayfront. And we've added 2 additional courts, Mr. Speaker. So we now have 6 courts, I think. 5 courts, Mr. Speaker, on the Bayfront, Mr. Speaker. We have been advertising for additional magistrates, so we can have a situation whereby cases can be disposed of in a much quicker fashion. But again, on the whole issue of the disposal of cases, it comes back to the manner in which the cases are managed on the bench. So the Prime Minister or Minister cannot be blamed for that. But if a defense lawyer, I have the respect for the rule of law and somebody's right to be to due process. But adjournment should not be granted based on the convenience of a lawyer or the prosecution. So these are issues, Mr. Speaker, fundamentally that speaks to the manner in which people actually conduct their business on the benches, Mr. Speaker. All that we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And I made reference to the FIU, and Mr. Speaker, the DPP office have been doing a fantastic job, and we shall continue to work with every department. You know that we have just constructed and opened 2 of its only kind in the Caribbean regional hurricane shelters, Mr. Speaker. One is in Jimmet, one is in Casablanca. And the good thing about these 2 facilities, Mr. Speaker, are the functionalities in those facilities. Underground water storage, 120,000 gallons in Jimmet. Backup power supply, dormitories, kitchen, just name it, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're doing. We are better equipped now, Mr. Speaker, to face any hurricane season than ever before in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, because of the Dominican Labour Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say all these things, Mr. Speaker. But in the interest of time, when next time I come there, I got a big clock to put there. So I watch my clock, my time for myself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
17 more minutes. You have some time.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now want to reference the Mao constituency. And I see Honorable Douglas came and sit down just to listen. I listened to everybody in the House before me with the utmost brilliance, eloquence, and glitter, Mr. Speaker. And I said to myself, but there's no other constituencies, man. But I want to commend them. I'm happy for all of my colleagues. Except to ask, Mr. Speaker, why everybody wants to come and live in my constituency, you know? Okay. And where's one again? There's the Mao constituency. Mr. Speaker, everybody wants to come and live in the Mao constituency. To the extent to which I have taken it myself, along with my colleague, Honorable Kasani, to develop a local registry of all bona fide naturally born residents of the Mao constituency. And whereas, Mr. Speaker, we welcome all and sundry, but we have to ensure that we get a piece of the pie, Mr. Speaker, because we are native of the Mao constituency. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, want to say that the dream of having a decent home is not the dream only of Honorable Roosevelt Scarrett or Honorable Austri. It is the dream of every decent, ambitious Dominican, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this Labour Party, if you were to read the budgets in its entirety, picks about embracing the opportunity to meet the current challenges, Mr. Speaker. And that's the only way we can make this country great, Mr. Speaker. And we have a situation whereby a number of young professionals have returned to this country, and we have to create an environment for them to thrive and to add value to the national economy, Mr. Speaker. You can only add value to the local economy if you first add value to your own person, Mr. Speaker, as an individual, Mr. Speaker. And that's what you're doing. And I welcome this project in the best part of Dominica, to the extent to which every 2 days I'm driving up there to see what's happening, Mr. Speaker. And this will transform this part of the island. And within the 3-mile radius of that location, I say, Mr. Speaker, within a 3-mile radius of that location, let's just say from Warner, and within a 3-mile radius, yes? Sorry for your gesticulation, Mr. Speaker. We have the most young professional in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that's a fact. Yes, within a 3-mile radius of this location, we have the most young professionals in this country, Mr. Speaker. Right? And I know, Mr. Speaker, not all of them will get an opportunity, but a few of them will get an opportunity to own the new, modern, resilient home, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again to the Dominican Labour Party for its tremendous intervention and consideration to our young people, Mr. Speaker. We also had, Mr. Speaker, the $10,000 grant, of course, which is being superintended by the Minister for Social Services and Youth Affairs. And 41 people from the Mao constituency, Mr. Speaker, have benefited from that initiative. Thank you, Dr. King, and thank you again to the Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. On the whole issue of education, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the government, and in particular the Prime Minister. I can recall in one particular year, not too long ago, and I see the PS from the ministry, from the Prime Minister's office is there, through the intervention of the PAREP alone, 84 people, young people from the Mao constituency, who at the universities fully sponsored, at a cost of $28,000 do the maths. That's about $3.5 million in 1 year. And that trend continues and continues and continues. That is what the Labour Party is all about, Mr. Speaker. That is what representation is all about, Mr. Speaker, within the Dominican Republic. Mr. Speaker, there are 12 people in Mao, in Masak, Kenfield, who are looking at me right now, because every morning someone will send me messages saying, I'm praying for you, Prime Minister, because they have the lots, and they're waiting for that house, for the houses to be built. I want to say to you that Rome was not built in a day, but it was built notwithstanding. That the house, in due time, will be there. I have already begun discussion with the Prime Minister, and for a while now, I made a submission to the Minister for Housing with all the specification, designs, etc., and costing. And so we shall frontally, Mr. Speaker, deal with the situation of housing. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, in Kenfield, which will be, of course, I drive around the City Breeze apartment, and I want to commend the member for Roseau Central for the nice way in which the place is being kept, Mr. Speaker. But I'm confident when those apartments would have been completed at Kenfield East, Mr. Speaker, there will be no other breeze of sight at this one, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, these houses are under construction, Mr. Speaker, built by the hands and talents of contractors from the Mao constituency. Now, we like to talk about giving locals work. I had a meeting twice with the contractors.
You have to translate.
I'm warning you guys, you guys are working
We really need
slow.
to deal with that Creole thing, you know.
Yeah.
But when we winding up, we'll get an opportunity to
Yeah.
have a tete-a-tete,
Yeah.
you know, yes.
I suspect some of us cannot understand the pattern too well. So, Mr. Speaker, so I call on the contractors, therefore, when given an opportunity, to make the pirates look good by working with a sense of diligence with a view of completing the project, Mr. Speaker. So the breeze will be nice and the view will be spectacular, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the whole issue, Mr. Speaker, of sports, on the 7th of August of this year, from 3:40 p.m., the only of its kind indoor sports facility in Massac will be commissioned. I invite everybody there to come, and then we'll have the best Napo Cowboy on display after, Mr. Speaker. I am a little disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that when the member for 57 spoke, I saw a side sign made by the member for Rosa Central, but she must never forget that we have the same sign. And charity, therefore, begins at home. I want my table tennis tables too, also. Two in Massac, Mr. Speaker. I want two. Thank you very much. So that will help, Mr. Speaker, to provide a greater menu of sports for the people of Massac and Dominica by extension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only of its kind, $3.5 million Mau school, government school, basically, with the discussion held with the Prime Minister, was the project manager for this project. The concept of the design came from my head, etc. And Mr. Speaker, there you see an L shape, Mr. Speaker, and the L shape is symbolic of labor, because it's the Labour Party that is making this country great and ensuring that there is a stake in the national cake for all and sundry, Mr. Speaker. L shape, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the external works are being undertaken to include a multi-purpose outside court, Mr. Speaker, sidewalks, storm drains, retaining walls, and wonderful and spectacular lights, Mr. Speaker. Wait when you see them, Mr. Speaker. My discussion with the principal of the Mao School, Ms. Stedman, she has said to me that the people of Mao are so proud. They're removing the students from the schools from various parts of the country, St. Martin's School, St. Joseph, Warner, etc., and they're lining up, Mr. Speaker, to enjoy and to embrace the opportunities to be created, Mr. Speaker, by this new Mao School. We have the most outstanding infrastructure and computer room, let's name it, auditorium, kitchenette, and we'll have the best, Mr. Speaker, lunch program at the Mao School, Mr. Speaker. We will never underestimate a balanced diet to a child's learning, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes a child has a headache, but if maybe is hungry, or a meal is not balanced, Mr. Speaker. They go hand in hand. And that is why we shall be ensuring that wholesome meals, Mr. Speaker, are provided to the people of Dominic, students of Mao, as we're doing for the rest of the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fish, ice. Everybody, ice. So I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, why we not get ice in Mao? Why? But we are known to be a resilient people. My grandmother was from Akwa Ibom and Masland. Hard-working people, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, within Maho, through the hard work of Yan, they have been able to buy his own ice machine because we're not getting ice from anybody, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to myself, Mr. Speaker, in the 70s, I'm older than you, when cricket was cricket, and people were selected on the western side based on what? Ice. No ice? No ice. Based on what? Performance. Irving Shillingford squadrons and squadrons and squadrons. He was picked in 1977 in his 40s. Caleb Brown took wickets. Jevan Etienne made the West Indies team. Kentish never made the West Indies team. But now if it was go forward and close your eyes and the ball hit the side of the bat and you score 4 runs, you're on the West Indies team, Mr. Speaker. So I know it's not always about performance. The question is, Honorable Grant, should I write a song? Grant us, please. I already have the vocals to it. I'm working on the beat. So tonight I will hit my little keyboards there. Look at the beats, Mr. Speaker. We have surpassed every community in Dominica in landing of fish. My good friend, Honorable Gregory, he said it's soft. And now I've been consistently landing the most fish in Dominica. Softly, he said it. So what more do we have to do? And then I'm confident the Honorable Grant, that notwithstanding, came to the fishes outlet in Mao just after he was appointed, and then he gave us the assurance.
Honorable Minister, 4 more minutes.
No, that's cool. We have done what we should have done to get our mini fisheries complex, Mr. Speaker, with all the works, Mr. Speaker. In the meantime, we shall repair the jetty, build the locker rooms, build the vending station, to actually, Mr. Speaker, standardize the manner in which fish vending is done in Mao. Mr. Speaker, I will not rest until the people of Massac get their houses. I will not rest until the people of Campbell are relocated. And I have good news for them. Based on my bilateral discussion with the Prime Minister, it's not in the estimate, but we shall start some houses this financial year for the gradual relocation of the people of Campbell, Mr. Speaker. And then I'm from Picardy. I'm looking at a parcel of land to build some apartment types for people in Picardy. And Backstreet Mao, we are coming also, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy under the government of Dominica and World Bank housing program. A number of people from the Mao constituency are benefiting from that. The last time we had this handing of keys, Mr. Speaker, 4 people from Warner were part of the people who actually received keys, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is gone. We shall be moving forward, Mr. Speaker, to improve the playing fields in Maho and in Kenfield. Once and for all, I'll now declare that, Mr. Speaker, that the dumpers and derelicts and containers at the Kenfield playing field have to go, Mr. Speaker. We need that playing field. We're also looking at the site where Dominica Strong has been occupying. It was always the intention for the continuation of that place as a playing field for the people of Massa. So we shall go there. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. Today is Friday, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, the Mao feast, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, to say that after 2.5 years of suffering because of COVID, the Mao people have been known for their dynamism, they like the music, and they have demonstrated the greatest degree of discipline, and they comply with the regulations and the protocol. Now, every other community celebrating the feast, we shall be, after God, from tonight, enjoying our feast in Mao from Friday the 29th to the 31st of July. I therefore invite everybody in this honorable house to come and see what Mao has to offer. We have the fish night tonight. We have over 1,000 pounds of fish, well-seasoned, all type of fish, Mr. Speaker. Okay, well-seasoned for tonight. And we have a spectacular, Mr. Speaker, lined up. On Saturday, we shall have the breasting of the boat. And on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, we shall have the Blocko, Esther Siban, swinging stars, and whoever again? Singing. Okay, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, from tonight, Mr. Speaker, from tonight to Friday, when you come to Mao, you'll be singing, eating, and dancing, Mr. Speaker. I welcome you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes, Honorable Dr. McIntyre, you are recognized. You said you can proceed now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this year's national budget, which was so well presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, on the 26th of July, 2022. Going through and reviewing the measures in this year's budget, it is clear that it was very well thought of. More so considering the times that we're living in, that is a lingering and forever changing COVID-19 pandemic, climate change and extreme weather events, which we have been experiencing to a greater extent over the past few years, most recently Tropical Storm Erika in 2015 and Hurricane Maria in 2017. And now the war in Ukraine affecting oil prices, food supplies, and ultimately the cost of living. These are not easy or favorable times for any country, let alone a small island developing state like ours. Mr. Speaker, it's like being in a boxing ring with heavyweights, the bigger and the more advanced countries with the resources, and yet the same rules and regulations apply, giving us absolutely no consideration or advantage. But that's the reality in present-day geopolitics. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, this government has presented a budget that every parliamentarian thinks that is for his or her constituency. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, every Dominican thinks that this budget is meant for them. There is something for every demographic group, children, young, elderly, every business group, the farming group, agro-processing, tourism, shopkeepers, bus drivers, hairdressers, just name it. Mr. Speaker, benefits and development for everyone. No one is left out. This is only possible when a government is in touch and connected to the people, whom it serves and puts the people first. Mr. Speaker, the needs of the people is the heartbeat, the pulse of this budget. This budget responds to the needs of the people while the world is going through such a turbulent period. But Mr. Speaker, that's nothing new to this Labour Party government. That's what we have been doing year after year. Over the past year, we have achieved most of what we intended to, in spite of the pandemic, which took up most of our time and a large chunk of our resources. Funds had to be diverted to keep our people safe and save lives, while securing and maintaining our livelihoods. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we continued to construct our health and wellness centers, our hospitals, our houses, our roads, our schools, sporting facilities, investing in agriculture, tourism, and education. Mr. Speaker, this is only possible with exceptional leadership and a genuine concern for the well-being of every citizen. This year's budget is not different in that it continues on the path of building a dynamic Dominica. It provides adequate allocation for roads such as the Layo Bridge Road all the way to York Valley Bridge, the East Coast Road, the Lubia to Bagatelle Road, the Water Sector Strategic Development Project. Of course, the Rosa Valley will benefit tremendously from that project, most of the villages, of course. The International Airport, the tourism product development, the site upgrades. We have invested heavily in agriculture to increase fruit and vegetable production, livestock, bananas, tree crops, making land available, providing greenhouses, climate-smart techniques, farm access roads, fisheries complex, fish landing sites, improving market, to name a few. Investment continues in digital economy, in geothermal, all game changers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, housing remains on the front burner, and now with the added Future Housing Development Program, everyone is taken care of, everyone is touched. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we see funds allocated for public-private collaboration. The cable car, which will be in my constituency, and we're very pleased that this initiative will bring quite a bit of, well, the economic activity The employment issues will be dealt with. Also, Mr. Di Marina in Portsmouth and the American Canadian School of Medicine, which would also help our faculty as regards to making our hospital a true teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the present international crisis, this is truly an exciting time in the Commonwealth of Dominica. This is definitely the time to be part of the transition taking place in dynamic Dominica. But Mr. Speaker, as regards to health, we are engaged in a 4-pillar program for health. Number one, the first pillar being the primary care services, expanded with focus on the non-communicable diseases and other priority conditions. Mr. Speaker, the second pillar, strengthening the governance, leadership of the Dominica Hospital Authority and the board. Mr. Speaker, the third pillar, that is the Ministry of Health, Wellness and New Health Investments, governance, stewardship, and technical capacity strengthened and with enhanced health system financial arrangements. And Mr. Speaker, fourth pillar, that is a roadmap to strengthening information system and digital transformation for health implementation. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is primary health care and our focus on chronic non-communicable diseases. But Mr. Speaker, to understand the relevance of this, you have to see that primary health care is the foundation and the basis of building health. You start a house from the foundation, you don't start from the roof, and the foundation is primary health care. At the primary health care level, that is where our healthcare workers, that's the first contact with the public, so to speak. And to understand the gravity of the situation regarding the chronic non-communicable diseases, 4 out of every 5 deaths, Mr. Speaker, is due to a chronic non-communicable disease. That is 80% of every death. And that's not in Dominica, that's not unique to Dominica, that is international, is due to a chronic non-communicable disease. And so then, and you have to realize these diseases, that's high blood pressure, diabetes, cancers, etc. And the complications would be heart attacks, strokes, etc. But you have to realize these are lifestyle diseases based on inactivity, improper diet, stresses of the society, etc., and all the wrong use of alcohol and tobacco. And the thing about this, these are behavioral diseases, and that is why, these are lifestyle diseases, that is why behavioral sciences is so important for us in terms of managing these things. These are things our lifestyle have to be adjusted. So if you look at it, about, what, 25% of our young people, they don't have not even 1 hour of physical activity per day. And 56% of our young people, that's the children now, they are engaged in 3 or more hours of sedentary activity. Either they're on their phone, or they're on their bed, or they're watching TV. Now that is a serious situation. So Speaker, 25% of these young children between 15 and 17 are actually overweight, and 9% are obese. That is why the WHO says that childhood obesity is one of the main public health issues for children in our time now. As a matter of fact, obesity has gone up actually has doubled from since 1980. So you recognize the gravity of the situation we're dealing with. So those days when we'd see a young child maybe overweight and we'd think that the child is healthy and we feel happy, when I see a young child overweight or obese, all I see is high blood pressure, diabetes, heart attack, and stroke. So our mindset have to change as to how we see weight management and how we feed our children. And it has to be a comprehensive approach because it's all about nutrition, it's all about activity. And later on, Mr. Speaker, I'll get to that point when I explain everything to you. But that is where the health promotion part comes into play, Mr. Speaker. Because if health promotion, that is where we're going to bring the message across and help the people to change their mindset, their whole approach to life. It's all about lifestyles. And that is where the health promotion part and primary health care plays a major, major role. So that is why we have reviewed the non-communicable disease policy and we re-established the non-communicable disease commission. As the Prime Minister said, in September, we'll be having a coordinator for the non-communicable disease and also the communication of the non-communicable disease plan to the stakeholders and the healthcare workers. We're also accelerating on the regulation for smoke-free spaces and the package and labeling as regards to tobacco and the taxation on tobacco also, because legislation has to play a part if we have to move forward in handling non-communicable diseases. And also, Mr. Speaker, also we want to establish work wellness programs where we can target those high risks at the different corporate centers all over the country, the business places. And we also have to we also get in the implementation of the school nutrition policy, because it must start from the school level so that it can translate into adulthood. But that is just in terms of the gravity, and that's just in terms of the health promotion and how we're going to tackle it from a behavioral point of view. But Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure is just as important in primary healthcare, because we're still on the first pillar, that's primary healthcare. So as you know, we built our 12 health and wellness centers. These have all been, they're open, they're all functioning, but we're actually going further than that. And in Savanpai, we're building another new health and wellness center. This will actually decongest the amount of patients we get on the Regional Fitzgerald Armour Hospital in Portsmouth. So that will handle Tukari and Clifton and those places there. Because a lot of them have to go to Portsmouth, so in Savanpai to just kind of keep them right there. And that we've well thought of, and that's going to be a big help for us in decongesting the Portsmouth Hospital. In St. Joseph, right on the West Coast, a very strategic area, we're also going to build a new health and wellness center there in this financial year. And wellness is going to be a major aspect of this, a major part of this. That is why in the designs for the St. Joseph and in the Roseau Health Center, which we're going to do later this year, we have things like a gym, like an exercise room. So we have the wellness concept as part of this health center. Because too long, Mr. Speaker, we've been engaged in this treating of diseases, this curative aspect, but it's all about prevention. It's all about wellness. It's all about the absence of disease. That is where we're focusing, and that is more sustainable, and that is, you know, it's really just more sustainable, Mr. Speaker. So that's what we're going to get into, both for Roseau and both for St. Joseph, and this how the designs will be there. It's very likely that the one in Roseau might just have a swimming pool it will have a swimming pool, and that is for the rehabilitation of people who have strokes, etc., etc. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very comprehensive approach, and wellness is at the center of all of this. Not to forget, excuse me? Oh, I'm going to Salisbury just now. We come in. I have a lot for Salisbury, don't worry. And then, Mr. Speaker, in terms of Grand 4, we're getting something for Grand 4 as well, a brand new health center. We've designed a lovely health center for Grand 4, and it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, the sort of trust and confidence the people have in the government of Dominica. We're going to renovate the entire and refurbish the entire Grand 4 health center, and the people came and they said, well, you know, everybody has a health center. As a matter of fact, the representative from Marigot even wants a health center in Concord. Like, health centers going out of style. So, you know, and Concord is about 250 people. And then we have one just in Bells, we have one in Marigot, we have a hospital in Marigot, so we have to put a much stronger case for Concord, but point well taken. Apart from the Grand 4, we have the smarting of all the health centers. We did Trafalgar, that was well done, and the people of Trafalgar are very pleased with the smart health center. We did the smarting of the health center in Grand Bay, and the people are very pleased. That went on very well as well. And then repairs to the Massac and San Sofia repairs are ongoing at the health center in Salisbury, making sure we get a lovely water tank for you, so you can have all your water, and there's 2 windows that have to replace. That will be done as well. The member said it's a little on the small side, so we're considering that, and we're in serious discussions as regarding to that as well. Mahu Health District, Mr. Speaker. We're still on primary health care. I'm just telling you all about this. Mahu Health District, we had lots of discussions. They have the numbers for one, and besides that, the Roseau Health District is like 50% of Dominica. So that's quite a big district. So we're going to decongest, and we're going to put a health district for Mahu. They have the numbers that will be in the Lai River and up to the Canefield River. So that's a big encatchment area. So they'll be getting a health center. And I've been in some very intense discussions with the Honorable Frederick that we're considering the Kalinago territory. It's a unique territory in the sense that some of it comes under the Marigot Health District and some comes under the Castlebrooks Health District. So the whole logistics of it, let alone just a territory on its own, the Kalinago territory, I think they have a strong case here, and we've been discussing that repeatedly, and we're making some serious headway that they too might very well have their health district as well. Then, Mr. Speaker, still on primary health care, the programs, we have our HATS program, which we've implemented together with PAHO, That was launched actually in May of 2022. And all this, the whole thing about the HARTS program is basically a guide, the technical guide and package for cardiovascular diseases in the primary healthcare. Because no longer that we want people to come to the healthcare and then we just repeat your medication. We have a guide, the treatment protocols, etc. And we're doing that together with PAHO. It was launched in May, and we've made a lot of progress in that regard. So that is how we're going to handle the cardiovascular disease in the primary healthcare setting. Also, Mr. Speaker, all of our different clinics continue because screening is extremely important. All of our chronic care clinics in the health centers, that goes on. And in that regard, that is where we have our HIV and STI programs going on within the health sector, within the primary healthcare system. So we actually have self-testing, the self-testing pilot program. That was done. That's for HIV, etc., and syphilis. That was completed. And the pre-exposure consultancy also for HIV and syphilis, that was also completed. Also the rapid syphilis and HIV testing to strengthen our elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis, that has been completed as well. So actually we've done all the training for all of this, so all we're gonna get is the kits, so we can give the kits out into the different districts, and they can be self-testing for HIV and syphilis, rapid self-testing. Let me just let you know, Mr. Speaker, that we also attained elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis. We have been certified as we have eliminated that aspect. And in the region, in the English-speaking West Indies, there are only 6 countries. That is Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, Barbados, Montserrat, and Dominica. None of the other islands have achieved this. In the north, well, you have Puerto Rico, and you have Cuba, and those are the ones there, the Virgin Islands. But in the English-speaking here, it's just 6 of us, and Dominica is well part of that 6 of us. In terms of the training of the healthcare providers in HIV management of the electronic case-based system, that has been done as well. And in terms of training of the key population in stigma and discrimination for MSM, that is men having sex with men, and for the sex workers, that has also been done. We're in the process of developing a stigma and discrimination tool kit for sex workers and MSM, men having sex with men. These are the 2 groups that we've tackled actually. Yes. Yeah. And we're in the process of developing a stigma and discrimination toolkit for secondary and primary schools. That is for the HLF, is it? Yes. That is for the HLFE teachers. And that's in progress. Mr. Speaker, in terms of series of training on HIV and HCV, that's been done with Howard University, and we've completed that training for all clinicians. And we are able to do in-country viral load, and we just got our machine for CD4. So the viral load, basically to tell you how much virus we have in the HIV, we must have that. And we just got a machine to do CD4, which is going to tell us the integrity of the immune system and the antibodies, etc. So that is really great news for us if you look at it that way. Now, in terms of environmental health, which we're still under primary health care, the environmental health aspect, they have done exceptionally well. You must see them quite a bit in the COVID-19 pandemic, where they actually had to, at our ports of entry, they were the ones handling everything for us. And they still managed to handle the environmental health in the district, such that we don't have any dengue outbreak, etc. So I think they did a very good job, and then we applaud them for that as well. They were very active in that part. Mr. Speaker, our lab is also a very important part of primary health care, because obviously you need to have investigations for you to know what you're doing. That will direct or you manage your patients. And for the lab, basically, Mr. Speaker, policy, legislation, and regulation, that is the foundation for achieving and sustaining lab quality, at least to get to tier 1 and to get to tier 3, from 1 to 3. And obviously certification, and then after certification, you got accreditation. We're working very hard on this. As a matter of fact, recently, the people from Caribbean Med Labs Foundation, they were here. They are the consultancy group for the OECS Health Project. And we had some very good discussions, and we sent up all the papers to the AG chambers. So as soon as we can get the legislation passed, then in terms of certification and accreditation, that's next on the agenda. And that would mean quite a bit for us. We'd love to be the first in the OECS to attain this, but, and we're working very hard in that regard. In terms of training to enhance and strengthen laboratory-based antimicrobial resistance, that's a very big topic presently in the world, the resistance to antimicrobial, the resistance to antibiotics. And then we're very much ahead and advanced and working with international organizations for that. That is exactly why we've launched the pilot phase of the Cedric Laboratory Information Management System for microbiology, hands-on training, a new information management system, and enhanced laboratory-based AMR surveillance, that is antimicrobial resistance. That's done with the Oxford University, Mr. Speaker, and that we've done actually. Our MGISP 960 automated extraction system for molecular sectionally lab, we also got this, and that is actually what helped us quite a bit in terms of keeping up with the PCRs that were being done through when the majority of the COVID cases were coming through. Had it not been for this, we'd have a real big difficulty in getting results on time for the people. And also, we also improved our technologies in terms of introduction of the PCR reagents with new molecular probe labeling technologies, engaging the use of multiple testing capabilities, hence maximizing our efficiency. Internationally, also, we've partnered with Insensia, reference lab of Costa Rica under the CCHD, that's with Argentina, and that's to help us in terms of antimicrobial resistance. Let me just make it abundantly clear. Mr. Speaker, we have some people in our lab there that are exceptionally brilliant, and they're actually well respected all over the region. We have Mrs. Gemot, we have Mr. Jones and his wife, Mr. Eric Carbon, Mr. Ansem. We have some very, very talented staff at our lab. These are the staff that every other lab in the region would want to have, but they'd rather stay here in Dominica and serve the people of Dominica. But when we talk about primary health care also, Mr. Speaker, we cannot remove the fact that it's actually a multi-sectoral approach to handling non-communicable disease. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture is very much on board in terms of our school garden and our school nutrition program with the Ministry of Education, and also with local government, because we want all the churches and all the sports groups and every other village council to be part of the whole program. It's a national effort, it's a comprehensive effort. It's a holistic approach to handling chronic non-communicable disease, and that everyone must be part of it. It's everyone's business. Because the truth about it is the chronic non-communicable diseases, the sort of effects they have. And for a small island developing state with limited resources, we are spending just too much on treating these diseases, which are behavior diseases, which are lifestyle diseases. So it makes better sense, and it's a more sustainable approach if we can go the preventative way. And that is why the multi-sectoral approach to it, agriculture, local government, Ministry of Education, everybody must be on board if we are to handle the chronic non-communicable diseases. Let alone this, Mr. Speaker, the community has to be on board with us. The Ministry of Health cannot do it alone, so we're actually calling on the community, all the groups, to be part of it. A whole exercising nation, a nation eating healthy foods, a nation planting what they eat and eating what they grow. It's really a national effort, and the energy must be focused that way. Every sector must be involved, and the community must be part of it for us to be successful in that. Obviously, there must be legislation, and whether it's legislation regarding tobacco use and tobacco control, the packaging of tobacco, the labeling of all those different things, in terms of sweetened taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages, and obviously the intention is not to have this in our schools at all. So the legislation is part of this, and also legislation for the nursing bill, the pharmacy bill, and also for the medical profession bill. So all that is part of it. But most importantly is that there must be political will. There must be political will, and that is where we are strong. In the sense that the Prime Minister has repeatedly voiced his opinion regarding chronic non-communicable diseases. And without political will, it won't happen. And that is where it starts from the front. Lead it from the front. The Prime Minister has a health background, and he's repeatedly mentioned it's just one of the most threatening things for our socioeconomic development as a small island developing state. The cost that we have to incur for treating this chronic non-communicable disease. That's money we could put elsewhere, and that would make better sense for us. Then, Mr. Speaker, from primary health care, we come to the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. Well, I've mentioned the ICU before. We have an 8-bed ICU, state of the class. I mean, if you take a look at this, you won't believe that this is in Dominica. We have 2 isolation rooms within that 8 ICU bed setting, and it's really beautiful. In terms of dialysis, we actually, we have 30 patients on dialysis in Dominica. And we have actually 10 functional dialysis units. This is the best ratio of dialysis patients to machines in the OECS, Mr. So we have, in the health districts, we have 15 in Roseau, we have 5 for Portsmouth. We actually have 5 Portsmouth, 15 in Roseau, we have 3 in Grand Bay, we have 1 in St. Joe. But, so when you look at that ratio, and where's the furthest you can be from Dominica, China, French, Costa Dominica? 45 minutes, because we have the best road surfaces in the OECS as well. So, you know, you barely just, 45 minutes away from Roseau. And, well, we'll come to Margaret Hospital after. Let's move along here. In terms of our theaters, we have 4 theaters in our brand new Dominica, China, Friendship Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I was stunned. You know, I went to take a look, that's since last year, and I'm about to push the door, and the nurse stops me and tells me, no, use your foot. I was just lost. That I've never seen this before, use your foot to open the doors. So that's how advanced it is, that nothing gets touched there. So, and then we're only using 2 of these. But the reason why is because, I'll come to that later in terms of building human resource, and our scrub techs use the other 2 of them there. Our Brenda Strafford, in terms of diagnostics at our hospital, you have to recognize, in terms of diagnostics, that's almost like a center of excellence. You have fluoroscopy functioning. You have a CT scan, state-of-the-art, 160 slides functioning. You have an MRI, which we commissioned in October of last year. That's functioning as well. And we also have the cheapest price for MRI in the OECS. No wonder the World Pediatric Program has contacted us. They would love to do all the MRIs for the OECS for the children in Dominica. So you have to recognize those different things, Mr. Speaker. And then we have the HIFU machine. And then, well, earlier someone did mention about 11 procedures, but Mr. Speaker, that wasn't correct, actually. We've done 14 procedures. So we've done much more than just this 11 procedures that we've done. We've done actually 14 procedures so far. Then we come to still on the diagnostic part of it there. There's only one of our diagnostics that is not functional, that is the mammogram. And actually, we are working very hard to get this done. But the important part you must note, Mr. Speaker, is these diagnostics are in a public hospital. All these diagnostics in other OECS countries are in the private sector. But this is the only public hospital that has these diagnostics. So if you go to do an MRI in lots of other countries, it's done privately, or your CT scan is privately. But this is in a public hospital. And that makes a world of difference, because no one gets refused treatment in our public hospital. That's the whole thing about the Dominica China Friendship Hall. It's for the public, for the benefit of the public, and that is why it's done that way. So, and then, in terms of staffing, I'll come to the staffing later on this diagnostic center, because that's an interesting part as well. And the Brenda, no, I'm coming to, I have lots of consultants here. I'm coming to it. Just give me a little time here. Yes, I was pretty well prepared. In terms of the Brenda Strafford Foundation, our eye center, the Brenda Strafford Foundation, Mr. Speaker, we have 3 doctors examining rooms there. And also we have a technician room, we have our laser room, we have our field test and funders photo room, we have our operating theater and the heads of department office. Now, this is a one-stop facility where everything gets done for ophthalmology. I'm tempted to believe that might just be the only one in the region. Because in other places you can get field tests done here, you can fund those photo here, but in this facility, everything gets done at that one facility. And we have to be proud of that. As a matter of fact, we do 3 days of surgery there. And we have the equipment for phacoemulsification. Previously, the cataract, they have a little incision and all this cutting. No, we're going to do emulsification and aspiration, which is the more advanced way. That's how the world has gone. And we have that equipment on island for phacoemulsification. This is new stuff for cataract, so this is a very exciting time for us, and we're very happy about this. As a matter of fact, since we opened that center, you know, we had mold in the old eye clinic, et cetera, and with this new center, 180 people have come back. These are people that were in the public. Guys getting blind in the public, our tradesmen. You have to understand what it means, Mr. Speaker. Here you have an electrician, here you have a tile layer, here you have a plumber, and just for cataract, you cannot get it done. No, that's no longer the case. I have a guy from Loda, Luan is just so happy, called me the document. I took out the patch, and for the first time I could really see properly, ready to go back to work. That's what it means for people. You have to understand what these things translates into, the impact it is having on the public. So, and then when we put it on the radio, that look, we opened the eye center, 50 more people came back into the stuff. So what about those who don't have health insurance? What about those who can't afford? These are the people that the public hospital is meant for. That is the impact. That's the real impact is happening on people. My friend in Mount Prosper, Ramona, is just too happy that she can finally see again. My other friend in Bassett, in Trafalgar, Luan in Loda. And people are very happy that they can come to all of those things. And the surgeries are going on. And then I'll come to the human resource part after when we come to this. In terms of our cardiology, we opened our cardiology center at our new Dominica China Friendship Hospital. And we're going one step further, Mr. Speaker. We're going to set up, well, we are in discussions now with the first affiliated hospital, that is Sun Yat-sen University. This is one of the top 5 in China and maybe in the top 15 in the world. And this is actually our cardiologist here, Dr. Wu, is from that particular university. And where do you see the affiliations of that university? That's my guide here. So we're going to set up set up the Dominica China Cardiovascular Imaging Center. What this will do is to get some advanced echocardiograms and to get some extra parts to our MRI machine, such that the intention is to be doing MRIs on every newborn in Dominica, or the pregnant mother, so we can detect congenital heart disease even before the child is born. In the US, they use oximetry. We want to pass that stage and do MRIs for unborns. This is the state. This is where we are heading, Mr. Speaker. This is the kind of discussions we're having in health to see the benefits for the people of Dominica. So, yes, we're in Dominica. Yeah, in Dominica. So that is what we do. So that is the screening. That is the level of screening we want to do for congenital heart disease. And we're having some serious discussions with that. The university is very much in favor. The collaboration is coming through, and I cannot just wait for this to come through. So that just gives you an idea as to how we're taking things. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of to do ACLS, that advanced cardiac life support, and to basic life support. It's something we did in the past, but here comes the events, the Hurricane Maria, etc., and that Ross left, etc. So here we are now, and we're starting back this whole program. To train someone in ACLS, advanced cardiac life support, or basic life, that's about 240 US. We've made negotiations, and Ross will be coming here to have those training for us so that our people all over in the districts and in our hospital can be certified in advanced cardiac life support and basic life support. Free of charge. And not only that, the intention now we're having discussions with them to set up a center of excellence, that is a simulation lab at our Dominica China Friendship hospitals. Hopefully that others from the region can come and use our lab here and get certified in advanced cardiac life support. So this is the bigger picture we're having in terms of having a center of excellence for a simulation lab right here in Dominica. Not to mention, well, obviously the Ross and the Saliba Mission project, that is starting next month as a matter of fact. And then we have a much bigger program for the community medicine for them, because they love being here, they've been here, and so that's going to continue with us. Going further, in terms of our CHU, that is the Center Hospital University in Martinique, we also very soon will be signing a MOU with them, maybe the next 2 weeks or so. It's something that started last year. The discussion has continued, and last month, they came down and we finalized everything. So that way, they're willing to be training all our nurses free of charge in different specialties, whether it's cardiac nurses, whether it's OT nurses, and that's going to mean a lot for us, because that's how we talk about human resource development and building capacity. So that is also with the Center Hospital University in Martinique. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Marigot Hospital, well, that was I was talking about the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, but in terms of the Marigot Hospital, you have to look at the location, very strategic in that northeastern region, and the encashment area, so that is also significant. But also is what it's going to bring to the people in that area. You also have to visualize the fact that the international airport is close by. So it's very strategically placed, and we're really happy about that. In terms of what it would have, the basement, you have accommodation for 6 doctors in the basement. And these are fully self-contained units for all the 6 doctors, very comfortable. And we have staff lounge in the basement as well. We have the health promotion facilities. We have the chapel there. We have the medical stores, and all the service and water supplies, and the pump room, that's in the basement. In the ground floor, actually, we have the accident and emergency department. We have the X-ray facilities, the emergency access for obstetric patients, and 3 delivery rooms, We have 2 rooms, dental chairs, the dialysis service. So we have 2 dialysis machines just in normal dialysis unit. And we also have 1 extra dialysis emergency also attached. So that's 3 dialysis units. Remember, I told you earlier that in that district, there's only 1 person that is on dialysis. But that is what redundancy is all about. We build in better and bigger, and we cater in for the future as well. Laboratory services also on the ground floor, and dispensing will take place there. All the services, the mortuary, the biomedical waste, the facilities, and the main reception administration. In terms of the beds, the male 13, female 15, all the children wards, operating theaters, 2 operating theaters, and recovery beds 4, intensive care 6, emergency dialysis upstairs as well. We have the isolation rooms, the private rooms, the sterilization services, and we will be opening this hospital in a phased approach. The first phase, obviously, there will be inpatients and deliveries, etc., and then we'll have an emergency being run from 8 in the morning up to 12 at night, and then the second doctor takes over from 12. The part of the operating theater and all of that, that comes in the second phase. But obviously, the radiology part will be functioning, and all the other, and you see, for the radiology part to function, we don't necessarily need a radiologist there. Because I'm coming later, I'll tell you about the telemedicine. So all we need is a radio technician to just take the little x-ray, and that will be electronically sent to the radiologist in Roseau, than in Cambridge. So I suppose it's been a while since you've seen those big brown envelopes with films. Yes. No, those don't exist anymore. No, we've passed that stage. Everything is electronic. If you were to go to the hospital now and you go to the x-ray department, they take an x-ray, you don't carry anything back. The doctor in casualty immediately see it on the screen. That is what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Technology. It will have the laboratory service as well, all the minor surgeries, the stabilizations, labor and delivery, and all of this attached to the hospital. And in the phase 2, that is where the full functioning of the theaters and all of that will come into place. But for now, it's like a one-stop facility that you'll come, you'll get your eye care, your dental care, your labs. You don't have to come to Roseau to do all your labs again. As a matter of fact, not only there, even in Portsmouth over the past 2 years, you don't come to Portsmouth to do a CBC or chemistry test or even your clotting. In fact, everything is done in Portsmouth. That's why when we had the COVID care facility in Portsmouth, the tests were done in Portsmouth. Those days, that wasn't the case. But now, that is how we decentralize all these lab services going on presently. So then, Mr. Speaker, and then obviously, that's the whole decentralization part of health. And that's the impact it's having on people in that region there. In terms of the Regional Fitzgerald Armour Hospital, we had an issue there, and we couldn't have inpatients there because we had a leak in the roof. That was because after Hurricane Maria, and then we were doing quite a bit of repairs, and some of the leaks. Then, now we had some serious discussions with the PAL rep and the Prime Minister, and we're going to get that rectified. As a matter of fact, we're going to contract to someone to fix that out. That's going to come to close to $300,000. So as soon as this is done, then we're having inpatients. But that's not the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the hospital for Portsmouth. This is what, the new one. That's the big picture. That's the big picture. But in the meantime, we need to have inpatient services here, so that's why we're going to spend $300,000 to get that roof done, and then after that, the bigger picture is to have the hospital for Portsmouth. I'm wondering if we really need any more hospitals after this. Dominica, China, Marigot, Portsmouth, we only 72,000 people, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, we'll figure that out. But Mr. Speaker, also with these hospitals then, we move to the next point automatically, at the Dominica Hospital Authority, which is the authority that manages the hospital in terms of the operations. The one that oversees the operation of the hospital, the governance matters, so to speak. And you have the establishment of the board.
Honorable Member, you have 20 more minutes to complete your presentation.
Really? Okay. Okay, so establishment of the board, the committees. You have the clinical committee, you have all the management committee, you have the financial committee, and that's what the board, all these committees had to be set up because of the board. Not because of the board, but that's what the board had to set up. And obviously, it's the strategic planning of how we run these hospitals, and also the admitting privileges regulations. This is an important part, Mr. Speaker, because, as I said before, this is a public hospital. And in the past, sometimes it's been used a little more for private activity as compared to public. And what we wanted to have a percentage of 60 to 40. 60% of everything done in our theaters should be for the public because it's a public hospital. We cannot have a hospital and then we had 10 patients being done surgery, all 10 are private. What about the public? That's exactly what I spoke about when I talk about the iPad. It's built for the public, all shall eat. And then there's a 40% that even the surgeons and the consultants will eat as well. So everybody public has to get in a public hospital. This is what means the most to us. This is what we are elected to do, and this is what we're going to do to safeguard the public's interest. We have the public's back, and we're not going to give up on that one, Mr. Speaker. Then, on the contract thing recently, there wasn't really a big issue. In any change of a system, you're going to get teething issues, and that's what was there. Initially, the term was performance pay, and they wanted it changed to gratuity, and people sat down together, union came along, the doctors came along, the hospital authority, the Ministry of Health, we negotiated, and we changed the performance pay back to gratuity, problem solved. Then they wanted to make sure they have access, private practice, fine. It was in the previous, we told them everything that was there in the previous contract, with the Ministry of Government, with the Ministry of Health, it will remain. And then they discussed it, we said, fine, everybody signed their contract, problem solved. Yes. Problem solved. All contract signed, so we can move along. So the little stuff you heard on social media, that's why it died down so quickly. There was nothing, that was just the politics. All the surgeons are happy, everybody signed their contract, and we're moving along now, there's no issue. Two little minor things, performance pay to put the gratuity, that, No, it was just like that actually, you ask them. I met all the guys, they're very, oh well, doc, but you all didn't put your performance pay. Say, okay, change, okay, gratuity pay. And then, doc, well, what about our private practice? Yes, who said you can't do private practice? Was there before, continue. Oh, let's move along, guys, sign. Problem solved. Simple. Very, very simple, Mr. Speaker. But social media tried to make an issue. No, there is absolutely no one that can tell you there was anything else. Yes, it's resolved. But there's no way they can tell you there was anything else beyond those two issues. No, there's no way they can tell you, Steve. Yes. Anyway, so we're moving along. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's very important also for us to talk about, the board also, the hospital authorities, to ensure that we have accountability. That is very important. That's why the different structures. So if something happens, we know who reports to who so that we can get things done. And that is why we also have a quality system. And you might have relatives who've left the hospital and they tell you, well, they got a call. Because we're trying to call everybody who gets discharged. So you can find, how did you find the service? What was wrong? What can we do? So that is all part of the whole program. And this idea of people tell you, well, I went to the hospital and so happened. No. Document it. Write it. Send it to the quality control. Let us investigate it for you. This idea of just, I hear this and I hear that and social media say this. No. Everything must be documented. So report and send it to us and we will take care of it. Then, we've also, in terms of some of the achievements of the authority, we had to, centralize the waiting list. So you as a surgeon or you as a head of department, you cannot have the list of what the surgeries do. It has to be centralized so we can guarantee that 60% of all these will be to the public and not the 40 for the private. So private, all shall eat, they will make their bread, but 60% must be for the public. That is why the centralization of the waiting list was important. Otherwise, if the waiting list is in the hands of individual doctors, the central will never see it, and then when you do come 20 cases for the day, well, all 20 private. No, that's not going to happen. So we have to centralize the waiting list so we can make sure that 60% of that list is for the public. And that is one of the achievements. And actually, we're very close to the 60-40% ratio that we wanted to do, which is what the public hospital is meant for, Mr. Speaker. In terms of, they also set up the establishment of the Theatre Users Committee, and then we launched this massive cataract initiative, which I told you about. In terms of oxygen, we had the issue of the oxygen, and we only couldn't produce enough oxygen. We've passed that stage. We're right back up to full capacity. That's why you won't be hearing about any oxygen in our hospital, though, shortage of oxygen. And also, that long wait people used to have in the emergency department. Mr. Speaker, when I worked at the casualty those days, it was one doctor per shift. And it used to be 2 doctors working an entire weekend. So sometime on a shift, I see 70 patients, I see 80 patients. Now we have 3 doctors in the emergency room at any one time. And one of these is to handle the minor cases unit. And that has worked very well. So that is when you go there, you hardly see people waiting for those long periods. Because one doctor is assigned to the minor cases unit and the other two handle the emergency. So 3 doctors in an emergency room. In my days, it was 1. Yes. And then, so now, and the truth about it, Mr. Speaker, it's a learning process. There are going to be little teething issues anytime you change a system. But if you ask me, we can see the benefits so far. And even some of the staff will tell you, well, Doc, your things getting on track there. It's a gradual process. So rather than be negative about it and just try to criticize it, because, Mr. Speaker, the staff at the hospital, our people, our relatives, our constituents, our brothers, our sisters, you know, our nieces, our nephews. So when we criticize it, we're criticizing ourselves. So we have to get into that positive state of mind and see it as a Dominica thing, and let's try to build up. That's what Bob Marley says. You know, you come every day and you criticize every day. You say prayers to the devil. That's the informal education Bob said in Rastaman Vibration. Yeah, that's the informal education. Yes, you see, so let's move along. We cannot get up every day and criticize and be negative. That is saying prayers to the devil, Mr. Speaker. That's the informal education of Bob Marley telling us there. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of human resource, we must be honest with ourselves. Internationally, there's a problem of nursing migration. Let us not think that it's unique to Dominica. It is not. Barbados get nurses from Ghana. We get nurses from Nigeria. Cuban nurses go to Jamaica and everywhere in the Caribbean. Nurses from the Philippines go to the US. Nurses from the Philippines go to the Gulf. Nurses from America go to the Gulf. Greener pastures. We cannot stop it. It's happening all over the world. If you get me any country in the Caribbean that doesn't have a nursing migration problem, I'm listening. Any country in the region that doesn't have a nursing migration problem, I am listening. So we should not try to politicize it and make us think that it's unique to Dominica. It is not unique to Dominica. It's an international crisis that nursing migration is. Now, you have to also appreciate the fact, Mr. Speaker, when we had a discussion, that was in May, we were in Geneva, and we called, Dr. Tedros was there, WHO. And we had Dr. Tedros, well, all the CARICOM, we were there and we had a meeting with him. Dr. Tedros, what do we do? Because we have nursing migration. You say, just do what everybody did, just graduate more nurses. There's no other solution to this. Nurses will migrate, they will move. So all you have to do now is to try to graduate more nurses. This is where the All Saints University and our Dominica State College comes in. So you must have seen last week or 2 weeks ago, we graduated 23.
13 more minutes.
13. 15.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Minister of Health be granted an additional 30 minutes to complete his presentation on the budget.
Additional 30. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister McIntyre be given an additional 30 minutes.
Okay.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, now, in terms of the nursing migration, as I told you, so at All Saints, as a matter of fact, All Saints graduated about 9 of them, and we've absorbed all of them into the system. Those at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, and those who want to work at the Ministry of Health, to work in the district, so we absorb all of these. Dominica State College, we just graduated 23 of them. They're going to see their regional exams. We'll absorb all of this. So this is how we're going to handle it. That's what Dr. Tedros said with WHO. Just start to graduate more nurses because they're going to be migrating. But what we're going to do in the selection of those nurses is we want the tendency of a younger nurse, 18, 19, 20, migrating is much higher than someone who might be in their 25, 30. They're right here and they're all their different commitments. So the selection process is something we're going to deal with to make sure that those we select will actually stay home. Nursing assistants, we graduated 4 just recently, there are 4, and we've been graduating those. Community health aides, we graduated those quite a bit, and then we're going to get positions for them. All that is to handle the human resource. And this year in September, we're sending 3 or 4 nurses for the for the Portsmouth Health District, for the Roseau Health District, and for the Granby Health District to do an FNT program in Jamaica. So there will be the family nurse practitioners, so that all this is going to handle the human resource part of that I've been mentioning. Also, at our state college, environmental health, we've been repeatedly graduating. This year we had a graduate, she already contacted us. She sent in an application from Honorable Hippolyte's constituency. She's one who excelled in this. And we have others, we're trying to get 7 positions of those, besides the normal 6 we had, 7 others for environmental health positions that we want to create for these people, so it can be in the permanent establishment. Mr. Speaker, also pharmacy techs. For instance, we graduated 9 pharmacy technicians from Dominica State College. It's still on human resource and building capacity. And all of these 9 are employed already. So in September, we're taking another batch again, so we can graduate another batch of pharmacy technicians, so that we can supply the primary health care system. Mr. Speaker, intern positions. We only had 12 intern positions. So in the past, maybe if we had more than 12, and someone returns and they have to do the internship, they might have to go maybe to Trinidad or Grenada, that's over. Now we give them contracts, so we have actually almost 20-something interns working within our system. No one has to leave and go and do their internship in any other island. They stay right here because we give them contracts to do it right here in Dominica. So that is in terms of our interns. In terms of our specialists, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at it, and we're building redundancy there for sure. Because take, for instance, this year, as a matter of fact, next month, I'll be getting a pathologist, and I'll also be getting a nephrologist. That will give me my 2nd nephrologist. So in 72,000 people, you have 2 nephrologists. That means quite a bit in terms of redundancy. Then also, and that's later in the year, in December, I'll be getting an obstetric gynecologist. I think we have enough in Dominica now. That's quite a bit of them. We're almost 4 or 5 going. Then also later in the year, I'm getting another pathologist. That'll be 2 pathologists now, Mr. Speaker. Over the past couple of years, we've been relying on Cuban pathologists, and sometimes we get one from St. Lucia. Those days will be over very, very soon, because by the end of this year, I'll have 2 pathologists. Mr. Speaker, if you go a little further, ophthalmology. I'm getting another ophthalmologist come by the end of this year. Now, the average is 1 ophthalmologist for 50,000 people. I have Dr. Lawrence, I have Dr. Duang, Dr. Shillingford was there. She hasn't signed a contract yet, that's the only one. And then here am I getting another ophthalmologist, Mr. Speaker. And it's supposed to be 1 per 50,000. We're just 70,000 people. So you see the redundancy we're building in terms of specialists, as was asked. In terms of neonatology, I already have a neonatologist, and I'm getting a 2nd neonatologist. Just remind you, we're just 70,000 people. That's the sort of specialist cadre we're building up here. And then by next year, Mr. Speaker, I'll be having a hematologist coming home. I'll also be having a cardiologist. We already have 1 cardiologist, but we also have a Chinese cardiologist, and getting a 3rd cardiologist now to help us here. And then also we're getting angiology. You know, people go to other islands to get their little shunts set up, those on dialysis and stuff. That will be a thing of the past, because I'm getting my angiologist next year as well, and also a dermatologist next year. So in terms of building capacity, there's one area, I'll be honest, radiology, and that's a problem all over the world. That's the most difficult thing to get a radiologist. And I have to try to see if I can get one of my young doctors, look, let's go and do radiology. For some reason, they've been a bit reluctant, but we have to see how we can do it better than that. For instance, Mr. Speaker, our radiology department, we have 3 Dominicans, 3 extra techs there. I'm getting 1 next month, that's 4. And I'm getting 1 next year, that's 5. Never in our history we've had 5 trained extra technicians in our department. So very soon, I wouldn't need any Cuban extra tech at our department. We'd have 5 by next year. Very happy, very comfortable. 1 trained in Morocco, 1 was from the US, the other was from Cuba. I'm getting the Cuban one next month, and next year I get another one. So that's 5. So this spells good for us in terms of our human resource development, Mr. Speaker. And we still have our collaborators, that is from the Cuba Brigade in terms of human resource, and our 4 consultants from the People's Republic of China, cardiologists, urologists, we have anesthetists, and ophthalmologists. Now, a big part, and I mentioned that one of the pillars, that is the digital aspect of health. Technology, the transfer of technology, and that's extremely important in health. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the OECS health project going on, and we have the implementation of the health information management system and all of this. It's a $8+ million project, if I'm not mistaken, and US, right. So this has started, and they're very much advanced. The selection of a vendor is in advanced stage with the approval of the terms of reference for the development of the system. All that's in a very, very advanced stage. But we took it 1 step further, Mr. Speaker. And together with PAHO, we decided we're going to set up a pilot project. And that pilot project is for 4 remote sites. That is La Plaine, that is Portsmouth, that is Grand Bay, and there's one more. Is it Maho? Yes, so Maho, La Plaine, Grand Bay, Portsmouth will be connected to the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. That is the pilot project, and that is the first in the OECS, Mr. Speaker. That's the first. That is where we're going to run to see the interconnectivity and the digital part of health, the telehealth part, so that everything gets connected, and there's no other place in the OECS that they're doing that. Because we could have waited on the OECS health project, and we started, and all these servers are there and all that stuff. But let's move ahead. So by the time this picks up, because that's an OECS thing, by the time this thing picks up, we'll be way advanced. So that's the whole intention. That is forward thinking. That's being proactive, Mr. Speaker. We've got to sit and just wait for the OECS project. But let's move ahead. So that is why we have this pilot project, which we are very, very excited about. And you have to see the interconnectivity with take for instance, if we had a birth of a baby at our hospital, this gets registered into the health information system. And this is fed directly into the civil registry. So everything gets connected. The birth of a baby, the health information system, into the civil registry, and then the registration takes for the birth by the registrar. It just shows the interconnectivity. And if I told you to have a doctor somewhere in La Plaine or in Portsmouth or wherever, and then the information at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, it's right away. So you can see the effects of that and the benefits of that, Mr. Speaker. And the digital part of health is really a big thing for us, and we're not lapsing on that one, and we're going to do everything that we can, help to get this done. Mr. Speaker, in terms of, there's climate change, and God forbid, but there might be more, well, let me not say pandemics, but there might be more issues, public health issues, and we almost knew that the COVID would come at one day because we knew this coronavirus is what they can do. So to be prepared, that is one of the pillars that I mentioned earlier. So we have the approved, on cabinet, what did we do? We approved the National Disaster Management Multi-Hazard Plan for Health and the approval of the Health Emergency Operations Center concept of operations, which actually describes the functions with the respect of the Health Emergency Operations Center. Both were completed with the assistance of PAHO and the World Bank. So that's the paper we passed in cabinet. So God forbid we get another pandemic, we have an entire paper as to how we're going to manage it. You have to recognize what was done at Portsmouth. Sometimes we sort of overlook. The Dominica China Friendship, our Princess Margaret Hospital, we had about 219 patients. And then we had to set up a hospital in Portsmouth of above 400 patients. The Chinese built a hospital in a day, we did it in a week. In a small island developed state, we built a hospital in a week. That is a hospital to have more than 400 patients. You have to see the gravity of this. You have to recognize we have to get all the staff, more than 100 staff, the support staff, to support all of these clinical activities going on in Portsmouth. And sometimes the cost as well. The food cost per meal in Portsmouth per day, not per day, per meal, was $45,000. You have to pay for food for 400 plus patients. You have to pay for food for more than 100 of your staff. And as for the rent of the different buildings, close to $350,000 a month. That was the amount the government was spending to keep the people of Dominica safe. So when I tell you the electorate know who has their back, they very well know who has their back. Right. So, and then you see, oh yes, every 5 years they do remember that, yes. So, and we have to thank the staff. They made sacrifices to keep us safe. So we have to thank the staff for that. And we're very grateful for our staff. I mean, they had to sacrifice, living home, their families, to get down there and to look after our people. So that is great stuff for us.
30 more minutes.
Very well. And then obviously the labs was supported us. The lab at the Portsmouth Hospital supported us on that. And then, since we're on the disaster part, surveillance is a very important part, and surveillance never stops. Just to tell you, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot about monkeypox, but we're ahead of the game. We've been testing repeatedly. All suspicious skin lesions, we test at our hospital for monkeypox. and they've all come back negative so far. We're not sleeping on us. No, we're not sleeping on us, Mr. Speaker. We've been testing all suspicious lesions for monkeypox. So far, so good. We haven't had any case, and we're pretty pleased about that. But that's in terms, we're talking about health here, Mr. Speaker, but we have to look at, there are other parts of health, the social determinants of health. So we mentioned a lot of other things, but you have to see what improves people's health, the social determinants. That is where the government is active in other parts. The socioeconomics, so when you give people jobs, when you get people employed, when you give people housing, when you have 98% of pipe-borne water, these are the things that prevents disease and promotes health. So we must not just look at health in a capsule, we have to look at the other social determinants, what the government is doing to foster and to augment the health of the people. That is where housing comes in, that is where water comes in. And then we come in here to, obviously education is all part of that, and the access to healthcare is part of that, or environment. I'll give you a simple little example, Mr. Speaker, to understand. If you look at it, we had the Trafalgar Village Council, and they were building their dilapidated building. We had rats, and you had to think of leptospirosis. So now we have a resource center. They have shifted to the resource center. Everybody's happy. They're safe away. This is how we can promote health, but that is done by just building not a simple thing, but a resource center. So it just tells you how the physical environment is so important in promoting health. It just emphasizes the part of the social determinants of health, which I was mentioning earlier to you. So we can also now, well, we have time, so let me get to my constituency. I wouldn't want to ask for another 30 minutes. I know it's Friday, we all have to go home. So, but let's just start with Mount Prosper, my constituency. And my constituents, they have been very good to me. I really cannot complain, and I don't know how much I can thank them for being so understanding, my constituency, Mr. Speaker. But take, for instance, Mount Prosper. If we look at Mount Prosper, we had the water project in Mount Prosper. That was a BNTF project, $1.9 million. And DOWASCO had to come and add additional $1.1 million. And obviously, I'm very certain that this water project, we're definitely going to see the increased productivity of our farmers in Mount Prosper. So that means a lot to us. And not only that, we hear a lot about feeder roads, but our overbridge road in Mount Prosper, farmers, that has been cut. Finally, that has been cut, and that will be paved. The farmers are extremely happy about that. So the water for Mount Prosper and this feeder road, the overbridge road, means a lot. Brand new basketball court in Mount Prosper, everything new. That with our lights, we got some LED lights from Trinidad, and excellent state of the art. All we're going to do is just to horticulture, to landscape the place, get all the little old stuff done, and we're going to have a grand opening for that. Well, yeah, that's a $0.5 million project. And obviously, at the recent, when we're handing over houses, at the Housing Recovery Program, you saw some of our people from Mount Prosper. We've got Danny, we've got Alicia, we've got Argo, and then soon Della, and all of them be getting their houses under the Housing Recovery Program. Wharton Waven, we have good news for Wharton Waven. The road from Mount Prosper to Wharton Waven, I like to refer to it as Castle, that we have a $3 million, and that will be done this year. And I think the people of Wharton will be very pleased for that road, because that's a tourism area. So let alone the safety of the people, it's a place that the tourists pass a lot. So we're going to get that road done. It's $3 million. I'm very pleased, and that is on the budget for this year as well. I know we have an issue. We have to get the vendors arcade in Wharton Waven and the housing part that we've been discussing. And the Prime Minister gave his commitment that it will be dealt with, as well as the playing field. In Trafalgar, housing in Trafalgar is a big issue, and we have the 12 apartments in Lily Valley. Soon will be handed over. We just had a little issue, the pipelines for the septic tank, which is getting resolved. And then we're going to build brand new 16 new units in Trafalgar in Lily Valley. So that is just going to increase the housing stock in Trafalgar. And we're also building a single unit for my good friend Christopher Roll, who's been there for all the time with us. So housing in Trafalgar has been well taken care of with the 12 units we have already, and we're building another 16 units, and all resilient housing for Trafalgar. Also under the BNTF 10 for Trafalgar, we also have an indoor basketball court there, which is good news for the village of Trafalgar. And then obviously refurbishment of the Trafalgar Falls, which took place over the past financial year, and then our resource center, which is where our village council has shifted to, and then obviously the digital lab is going to be at the Resource Center in Trafalgar. That means a lot to us, Mr. Speaker, because having the digital lab upstairs, we took a look at it. We're going to have almost like 20, 25 different little cubicles with all the different, where you can have access to computer literacy, the internet will be there, IT training, free training courses, and certification as well for all the people in the Rosa Valley will be taking place at the Resource Center in Trafalgar. And then also we have lectures and workshop lectures will be taking place, workshops and virtual conferences, all at the Innovation Hub in Trafalgar, the Digital Innovation Hub. We had a meeting there, almost 70 of the young people came, and then some of them just couldn't make it, and they kept sending messages, and so they're all excited about this digital hub in Trafalgar that's going to serve the entire Rosa Valley. I know it's lots of other constituencies in the country have them as well, but we're excited about ours in Trafalgar. You have to look also at the internship opportunities. There'll be paid internships for quite a few people who have to get the certification at this digital hub. So that is jobs again creating. And we have the innovation grant available. So these people who get certified, they can also apply and get grants to do whatever business they want to do, their small business, after getting certified from this digital innovation hub. So that's just, all grants available, and that is just helping. That's how the young people can get their best out of this digital hub. And we're really looking forward to this because technology, that's the way to go in our digital and our dynamic Dominica. In terms of LODA, obviously we had the refurbishment of the T2 Gorge, that went down pretty well, and we still have more plans, as the Minister of Tourism did mention. Also, the freshwater lake, we're going to upgrade that. And then our eco resort in Providas is going on, and the young people are waiting because we know that our farmers will sell their produce there, our young people get employed there. So it's just big things happening in the area of Loda. Let alone that's where geothermal is going on. As a matter of fact, the road between the church and the old school, that's going to be done. So we've told the villagers they should expect, but there will be no construction on Saturdays and Sundays because we don't want any noise to disturb anybody in church and stuff like that. So we've discussed that, and we're paying considerations for that, and they've been very considerate in that regard. Oh, we're coming to that just now. So yes, next on the list, that is our cable car. That's a big one. That's a change. That's a game changer for us. The people are really excited about this. That's going to employ maybe close to 100 people, so that will definitely, it started off. All the preliminaries are there, so it is starting. So that is just part of the whole thing that's going to get done there. In terms of the road improvement for the village of Loda, we're going to spend 2 million. So in the next month or so, you'll be seeing almost 2 million will be spent on the road all the way to Loda. So the people of Loda should be very pleased about that. They'll see a lot of activity in terms of making the road a safer road to get to Loda, not only for the tourists, but for the people who live in Loda and for us in the valley. It means a lot to tourism. It means a lot to our safety. And it just shows how the government is taking care of Loda. In terms of the housing recovery program, yes, we have quite a few houses that we're going to build in Loda under the housing recovery program. And we are already helping our good friend Aaron with his house. And then obviously the plans for Loda is a resource center, which the Prime Minister committed to, and even to fixing up the playing field. We want to have the playing field Loda as a high altitude training playing field. So that is the intention for Loda. We obviously, the old school, we have a table tennis board where we play table tennis and we set up the office and stuff. But that is going to come. Coptol got a fair share. In the phase 2 of the Coptol road and the drainage, that was 3.5 million. Phase 1, we spent over 7 million. So if you consider a little community like Coptol, we spent more than 11 million on the roads and the drainage. Job well done. The people are very safe now. That's quite a bit, right? Yeah, for a small area like Coptol. And we have a new hotel being built in Coptol now as well. So it's just a lot of things going on in Coptol as well. Forkani, Cabanis, just after Vado's hotspot, that's $1.8 million to get that Cabanis wall. It's about 75% complete, and that means a lot to us. That's one of the main attributes getting into the Rosa Valley. So from safety point of view, from tourism point of view, it's just an excellent idea that we have in this Cabanis wall getting done. Cochrane, the Cochrane Highway, that's the best, maybe the best highway in Dominica. Now it's smooth and the biggest one. And definitely. We've done that, And then, so the road to the housing scheme, in all honesty, the road to the housing scheme, we have some water pool in there. I've discussed with the Prime Minister. He's on board with us. We're going to fix up the road to the housing scheme in Cochrane, so that means a lot to us. And then we're building two other houses in Cochrane. Besides that housing scheme that we've done, we're building also two other houses for Mr. Carlton Smith and Mr. Elvis Hector. These are almost complete, so we're handling the housing part of Cochrane as well. Our farmers group, I was there just last week, and our women's, you have the Cochrane farmers group, and then you have the women's section of it. And they engage in an agro-processing program now, which is, they're very much advanced. You go on my Facebook page, you can see all the equipment they have got, and we're really excited about that. So let alone the pulping, whether it's passion fruit and all the other, just agro-processing that's going to be taking place in that particular group. We have one issue there. Yes, we have to get the lighting of the Cochrane football field. I was speaking to the Prime Minister about it, and he's giving his commitment, and definitely we're going to get the lighting of that field there. Because football means a lot in the village of Cochrane. We've had national players from Cochrane on the team, so that means quite a bit. But, Mr. Speaker, generally speaking, we did quite a bit of housing repairs. Actually, 600,000 was spent in housing repairs in the Roseau Valley. And small business, out of the 31, maybe I shouldn't say that, but out of the 31, 14 went to the Roseau Valley, and we're very pleased for that. And, but we have a lot of small business going on in the Roseau Valley. That's the first batch, so there's another batch, and the others will get in the other batches. But that's just the first batch. So most probably we might not get in the other batch. But I mean, the first batch, we got 14 out of 31, so that's pretty good for us. But that just tells you about the entrepreneurship and the amount of business going on in the Roseau Valley. So that's good news for us. Lots of our students, almost 30, 35 students, studying at universities abroad. And all our school supplies program or uniform program, we've started that off again, so that's going on very well in the valley. Fertilizer distribution, that took place, and there was absolutely no noise. Everybody was satisfied. Fertilizer to the people who were farming, of course, and well-selected people who are farming to fertilizer. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, you have to appreciate the fact that there's always room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. We don't get everything right the first time, but what we're building in our Ministry of Health is that we base it on three principles. Meritocracy, we want the best people in the best position, honesty, and pragmatism. And that is how we've actually run all our things in our ministry. Meritocracy, and then we have honesty and pragmatism. We try something, it doesn't work, we shift, we move along. And then we're not just seeking for perfection every time, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we just have to go for progress. As long as we're making progress, perfection will eventually come. But we cannot sit and kill ourselves for perfection and we're not making any progress. So we progress versus perfection, and that is how we are moving, Mr. Speaker. So Ministry of Health, that's it for us. We know there are some things, we're not 100% yet, but we're not stopping, we're not giving up. We're going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it until we get it right. Yes, the progress will continue. And in the Roseau Valley, the people are very pleased, they're very happy. I want to tell you that this is it's a long weekend, so let us all be careful as regards to our safety, our alcohol, and, you know, as the leader of the opposition said, we should designate a driver if we're going to be drinking, and I appreciate, yes, he did say that actually. So that is, yeah, you know, so we're going to, people have to designate drivers if we're going to be drinking to be safe. And then so on Loda, on Sunday on Loda, yes, we'll have a little cricket game on the playing field, and we have some dominoes going on. So all that is a nice time in Loda, and then we'll have by Wetfet by Hakey's Bar up there, just in Trafalgar. Tonight we have football on the court in Trafalgar tonight, and then a lot of things going on there in the valley. This is our August Monday feast. Traditionally, this is a valley weekend. For some reason, other constituencies have grabbed a little bit from it. But this is traditionally August Monday is known to be in the Roseau Valley. So this is the best place to be. You have those hot spots, you can always be there. By Hakey's Bar, you're going to be there. So then we have by Ivo's, we have by Stafford's place there, we have by Sandrin, the places, flooded the places you can come and visit over the weekend and have tea. So we're inviting everyone, and let's just play it safe. Let's have a lovely weekend. And Mr. Speaker, the future looks bright for health. The future looks bright for the Roseau Valley. So, and bright for Dominica. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Vince Anderson, I recognize you on your feet. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we need to pause and to recognize and realize that we live in one of the most beautiful places on earth. In spite of the noises around us, the distractions, the disruptions, that we are indeed a blessed people. But you know, that enjoyment can be easily disrupted, interrupted by global events, as we see now with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and one could say Russia and the West. We see the impacts exacerbated by the continued threats of climate change, and we see what it's doing to our lives and livelihoods. And this is why I believe that we need to commit ourselves to a greater mission, a greater purpose, because sometimes we behave as if things just happen. We forget that the struggle to defend this land from the savagery of the Europeans was because of the Kalinago people. And sometimes we seem to forget the sacrifices made by Bala Kongore, the Maroons, the Negmaon, that help us to maintain our dignity as a people of African ancestry who were enslaved. And then we forget the people who fought for our independence. You know, sometimes we seem to forget them. Patrick Rowland John. We forget sometimes Rosie Douglas, who brought us into office, as a matter of fact. Sometimes we forget the sacrifices of E.O. Leblanc to bring dignity to the rural man so that they could walk in the streets of Roseau with pride. And sometimes we forget the great sacrifices that many have made before. There are several names that can be mentioned. And for us, we had Pierre Charles, who sacrificed his life so that people can talk about debt to GDP ratio while we can still enjoy the beauty of this land. It is this Labour Party that really brought Dominica into prominence, because we know from independence we've been struggling to develop this country. And everybody say the unfriendly terrain, sometimes the ungodly weather, makes it extremely expensive and difficult to develop. And a lot of us felt it was too slow. And then in 2000, Labour came into office, and we have seen a rapid pace of progress and development, which is inclusive so that every Dominican can enjoy. So I listened to the argument about, by the leader of the opposition, about debt to GDP ratio. For some reason, I cannot shake it up. I wanted to start by speaking about the challenges of putting a budget together in this kind of environment. But for some reason, I just feel like I must go to this debt to GDP ratio thing, because it bothered me. I was sort of uneasy, and I had to, because one would think instinctively that if the government gets contract debt, it is for the benefit of the citizenry. It is for everybody. It's to build roads, hospitals, bridges, et cetera, schools, and so forth, and to ensure that we can enjoy a decent standard of living. But then came a discussion about how good things were on the TUWP. I mean, all of us know that is not true. We know what we met in the Treasury of Dominica in 2000. Not being able to pay salaries on time, the dishonored checks, the debt to the Social Security, the mortgaging of the country to build an international airport that eluded them at very high commercial rates. We know of the challenges that all of us face. I mean the story, sometimes we forget that Reggie could tell you, the member for the Cottage constituency and Minister of Housing, Senior Minister. You remember the 10th of the month, you know, like, or as they would say, a month had 40 days. Because you would go to get your salary and you would not get it until the 10th of the following month. That was a reality that we lived with. That was what we inherited. If the debt to GDP ratio was so great, why would you have such problems? But we got in there and we didn't complain. We struggled, we fought, and we made it better. And today, we enjoy a Dominica that we all are proud of. We all are proud of. But I just want to respond to the leader of the opposition with his debt to the GDP ratio figures. And I was hoping he would have stepped in. Yes, in fact, when we got into office, we had a debt to GDP ratio at 68.9%. But that does not tell the full story, because I did some research, and thanks to the economists in the Ministry of Planning, that in fact, the debt was much higher, because this debt did not include the dishonor checks, the overdraft, and all of this debt that the government of the day had built up. And in fact, the ECCB has it at 89.49%, because they took into account all of this debt that the government couldn't pay. So what they did, they said if it was outstanding for more than 60 days, then obviously it was a debt that had to be captured as part of the central government debt. But then the figures were interesting and they tell a story. But I want to ask you for a little patience, because it is instructive to understand what happened from 2000 up to today. So we moved from 68.9 to 98.5. That was the worst days. Remember those days, Minister Member for Portsmouth, Minister for Trade, when we came to this parliament and we were afraid to defend our budget. So you guys come, you enjoy yourself. I hear you talking about projects here and projects there. There were no projects in your constituency. We had to do Kudme to build a little house for an elderly lady in Backstreet St. Joseph. I remember that well. We had to volunteer on a Saturday and a Sunday to fix the roads. When Shupa and Freddie Boy and Manu and the rest of the crew, we came out and somebody cooked for us and we helped and we tried to help ourselves. We didn't have constituency projects. Now we even have constituency fund. And I don't know, the members of the opposition will have to talk about that, because I understood you're not taking advantage of that. Because you continue to come here asking for small things that you can get. I forgot to tell you that, my friend from Salisbury, member for the Salisbury constituency. But in 2002, the debt moved to 97.9% of GDP. 2003, 94.9%. But I want you to just listen closely, you know. Just have a little patience. In 2004, it was 86.2%, and then it went to 82, and then 77, and then 61, and then 64, and then 62. By 2009, it was 62.5%. And then it admittedly went up a bit to 66, 69, 73, 73, but these were the acceptable recommended levels. But I want to get to the punchline, because by 2014, we were at 72.1% debt to GDP. By 2015, it went to 68, and then to 75 in 2016, and 81 in 2017. So I have a question for the leader of the opposition. I have a question for you. So how, you said this thing as if it was a bad thing. It's as if to say we took the money and we went to have a fete somewhere. Here's where the money went. So we had up to, in 2015, 2016, and this is a significant year in the history of Dominica. Exactly, Tropical Storm Erica. So we contracted about $16 million in debts. But here what we took them for. Priority intervention, I hate this word. Roseau Valley, Castle Comfort to Girodel Road, Lubia to Grand Bay, Bacatel Road, West Coast Eolibla Highway. These were all funds that we had, and they were not even budgeted, you know, they were not part of the estimate. We had to go by the way of CFW to ensure that we could get the authorization to contract these loans to bring relief to people. And prior to that, so is the leader of the opposition saying that the government should not have contracted a loan to build the community capacity building project in the Kalinago territory, the Layu Reconstruction and Rehabilitation project funded by the CDB, $3.5 million, and the list continues. Ophelia Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Works, another loan of $3.4 million. Water supply project, torrential rainfall, flood event, December 2013. I mean, my brother, you don't think we're just sitting there saying, boy, you know what, boy, let us go and burn some money, take a loan, and let's just put the country in debt. But here's the other thing you need to understand. And I have here the way my good friend, the member for Mao, Minister for National Security, sought to do a little math this morning. But when you talk about debt to GDP, just a little lesson. Sometimes it's good to understand what you're talking about. There is debt, there is GDP. It's a ratio, one on top of the other. If the one that is below, the denominator becomes too big, what happens to the ratio? So, every time there is a major event, your GDP will contract. It is elementary. So if your loan to respond to that event increases, your GDP reduces or decreases, then your debt to GDP ratio rises. But that's how the thing happens. That's how it happens. I was in government. But the truth is, my brother, the truth is, I just want you to pay attention to this, because these data points are instructive. They are instructive. The same thing happens when we got to 2017. When we got hit by Hurricane Maria, 81%, 84%, 94% by 2019. Imagine this. So by the time you're seeking to rebuild and recover, and by the way, I just gave a small for 2015, 2016, you know. But 2016 to 2017, the same thing, $43 million in loans, you know. $43 million. And if you look at the activities, and then by 2017 to 2018, another 34 million. So in these 3 years, these 3 fiscal years, we're talking about $100 million contracted just to respond to the impacts of natural disasters, climate change. That's what we spend our time at the UN debating, you know, and making the case that we should be getting more assistance from those who cause the impact of climate change, those who are responsible for a warming earth and its effects. You know, so this is what we're talking about. But as if this wasn't, you know, this wasn't bad enough, we got hit by COVID-19. And here again, we had to contract loans. We had to contract loans to respond to the impact of COVID-19. And these are the facts, and they're here, you know. We invested to protect lives and livelihoods, $26,182,144.35 in our COVID response. And I'm talking about, this is just by the way of a special emergency fund, you know. I'm not talking about the recurrent and the use of resources that were already in the system, because out of this, there was a loan of $18 million, and the GOCD had to put in the rest from its own local funds. So these are the harsh realities that we have to deal with. So when you know, guys come and they pull figures out, they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay, sorry, the leader of the opposition. According to a fellow from Marigot, a man. Okay. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Lennox Linton. But, Mr. Speaker, let us look at 2 things that we have to contend with going into this budget. And I think it is important to set this budget within the framework, the backdrop of what is around us, because we live on an island, but we are not in any way removed or disconnected from the reality of the world. And it is because of our life on an island that makes that vulnerability so high, and therefore we feel the impact of those exogenous shocks. Anytime something happens out there, we must get hit hard. It is a reality of living on an island. But we can change that, and we are working to change that, because we are committed to making Dominica the first climate resilient nation in the world. But I just want to add, so we have to deal with those impacts. And let's look at the Ukraine conflict. And I didn't know this. This one was new to me. I didn't know Ukraine was considered to be the food basket of the world. I had no idea that Ukraine produced so much grain, so much wheat. And plus, Russia being one of the major suppliers of oil and gas, as well as food supply to the world, that this conflict has led to serious impact on the entire world. So we see inflation in the more advanced economies of up to double digits. We saw what the US did. The US is actually had a drop in GDP growth by 0.9% for the last quarter. And at the same time with inflation of about 9.1%. You know what that means to people in the United States? Far less for those of us here. And that's why we are feeling the impact. We do not produce fuel, we do not produce gas, and therefore we continue to rely on importation and a global pricing system over which we have no control. And that is the key thing about it. A global pricing system over which we have no control. But in addition to that, the world still continues to struggle with the impact of COVID-19. And sometimes people don't want to hear it, but it is a reality. Because look at our tourism sector. We saw a decline of about 56.4%. I mean, you're talking about tourism sector, a major contributor to the GDP of the country, got hit, got down to its knees, and therefore, you know what happened to growth. We suffered 11%, negative 11% growth during that time, 2020, 2021. And therefore, there's a lot that we have to do in order to bounce back. But, you know, let us look at the performance of last fiscal year, because I think we're getting there. We're getting there. In spite of the impact of COVID-19, we saw an implementation rate in our public sector investment program, which is really a major driver in our economy. We saw 75.68% of implementation. And I find that to be commendable. Commendable under the circumstances. We're able to get, and I want to say, let me do a little breakdown for you. Because what is important is the fact that we saw significant investments in the productive sector. We saw $134,410,040 invested in the productive sector. That is significant because that is where we are seeking to protect and create employment. That is where we're making investments that will lead to the growth of the economy. So I consider this to be one of the most significant things, in addition to the $82,112,069 that was spent, or invested rather, in social security and citizen welfare. So while we're trying to grow the economy, we're protecting our people. We were ensuring that our social safety nets were in place to protect especially the most vulnerable among us and those who were most impacted. Economic infrastructure saw significant investments as well of over $20 million. And that, again, is the reason why we are basically preparing to see growth in the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, but let's look again to more specifics. Let's talk about the projection, and let us talk about some of the things that we expect to see in this new fiscal year while we recap. And I want to recap in a way that also allows me to refer to the presentation that I made at the United Nations on July 13 this year, when I presented Dominica's voluntary national reports on our progress made in the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations for 2030. And that opportunity we got to show the world that in spite of the challenges of COVID-19, in spite of the challenges that we were reeling from the impact of two major hydrometeorological events, Tropical Storm Erika, Hurricane Maria, that we were still making significant progress under every one of the 17 goals and the 169 targets. That was commendable. So much so that I think those who were present became a little envious and were anxious to come visit Dominica. And I think the Minister of Tourism has to share their marketing budget with me, because I think I did quite a bit of work for you, Minister. But Minister, we were able to make the case, Mr. Speaker, we were able to make the case and to show how we have set ourselves those lofty goals that we didn't need the United Nations to set them for us. And interestingly, there are things that I found out that we were doing so long. And it took the United Nations to get countries to focus on those things. I remember one thing that people seem to chuckle at and laugh at and ridicule. Remember we're trying to eradicate pit latrines? Yes. Boy, let me tell you, there was a country that presented on the same day as Dominica, where this was still a significant problem. That they have a word calling it, some open something, anyway. But it's not a pleasant word. But there are countries that is still a major problem. And I got the biggest shocker that there was a country presented, and they were happy that they had 120,000 students at school out of a student population of about 10 million. These are the children who were continuously at school. The other children were hardly at school because the conditions were not allowing. And I sat there and I'm saying, but you know what? I wish we had the opportunity for us to play this thing in Dominica, for us to realize how fortunate we are. And then Sao Tome and Principe presented. And this country is still struggling with access to electricity. Access to electricity, and when they have it, to have it for the entire day and the entire year. Because they have so many blackouts and brownouts. I remember working with them and trying to get a project going when I headed SIDSDOC, because we felt that they were one of our member states that was so badly off. They had about 50% of people had access to electricity. So these are some of the realities that we need to continually remind ourselves that we are truly blessed, because we take these things for granted. There was a time we didn't have them. So on the Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education, man, I felt proud, Teacher Bonnie. Sorry, member for Castlebrose constituency, Minister for Education. I felt proud presenting, because we were able to boast of our achievements. While some countries were still struggling to invest in education, we had 5% already allocated of our GDP allocated to education. And the investments that we made, in spite of the fact that $74 million damage, 80% of our primary schools were damaged by Hurricane Maria, we were still able to score 0.54 on the Human Capital Index. It means we are above average, that our students have a better opportunity to enjoy a wholesome life and to be productive citizens. So that was a great achievement. And we were able to present the fact that last year we invested $7.8 million in repairing our schools, making them more resilient, outfitting them with storage, water storage, with solar power, ensuring that the windows, everything, the ventilation, the lighting, to ensure that we have some of the best environments for learning for our children. And I want to thank the government of Canada for their contribution to the Monjon School, the Daly School, the Will Strathmore Stevens School, and of course, to the Granby Primary School. But I want to speak to my good friends in Granby, and I'm a fortunate guy, you know. I came from the back streets of St. Joseph, of a place they call the ghetto. And then I end up being embraced by all the streets in Granby, in Mountain, in Tetmon, Grand Colibri, and I want to tell them, especially those who have children at the Granby Primary School, thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for your understanding. I want to thank the parents, the teachers, and all the teachers. Boy, that's the thing about representing Granby. You know, I never had that in St. Joseph. Sorry, Dr. King, I'm Minister, Member of Parliament for St. Joseph. Everybody supporting you, eh? I don't know how I never know that thing. But my friends, the teachers at the Granby Primary School, you know, my very good friends. I don't want to call their name because I have to call the names of all the teachers. You know, because, exactly. So, I want to thank you for your patience. But I can call the name of the principal. You know, Sir Evans, thank you for the patience. Thank you for constantly remaining in contact, because I always update them on what is happening. And I am very pleased that we have allocated in this year's budget the amount of $1.1 million for the completion of that facility. I have been informed that the flooring works, the steel works, and the fencing will be done. And our intention is to ensure that we get it done before the commencement of the academic year. I know that is a tall order, but I know they will understand. As long as, Minister, you can guarantee me that we will get one of the best schools on the island so that it will be worth the wait. And I know you will, because I will work with you to ensure that. So I want to thank them for their support. I know a contract has been awarded, and we're looking forward to the commencement of works. We're also looking forward in this budget, this year's budget, to the construction of the Tetmon Primary School. And, you know, there's a lot of debates in Tetmon. There was a lot of debate as to whether we should relocate the school, whether we should rebuild the school in the location of the school which was damaged by the hurricane. And the general consensus was that it was safer to move lower down into Mountain. And I know how communities work, but it is a sacrifice that we have to make for the benefit of our children. Because what we will be constructing in Mountain will be a modern-day school. And the space in Tetmon is so limited, in addition to the threats of fallen rocks from just above Gaza coming down there. And therefore, we have to make that decision. The land has been acquired. I know that the team from the Chinese contracting firm has been on site, and they've been working, doing the preparatory work with the hope to start our school for us in Tetmon. And I want to take the opportunity to thank Mrs. John Phillip, the principal of the Tetmon Primary School, and again thank her for her patience, her understanding. And they have made themselves so comfortable in the resource center that you would swear it was actually the school. And they've done so well at this year's Grade 6 National Assessment that I wish to commend them and commend her and all the teachers there. I celebrated with them a few weeks ago, and I want to congratulate our scholarship student. There's a young man there, Mr. Samuel. I never seen a little man serious so well. The man gave his speech, and I say, boy, it's a good thing I don't plan to stay up there as para long, you know, because Mr. would put me out of business. But he looks like a serious future representative of the people, because a very serious, very, very serious young man, and I was very impressed with him. My good friend as well. I want to congratulate all of them for their performance, and we look forward to our new school. Well, we didn't get 12s and 13s this time around. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as we move to SDG 3, good health and well-being, ensure healthy lives, and promote well-being for all ages. I don't want to talk about health. After what Dr. McIntyre gave us, I have nothing else to say about health. The only thing he didn't say that I will say is that Dominica enjoys the highest life expectancy in the Caribbean. Some of you didn't know that. We have, in addition to having the most centenarians per capita in the world, we have a life expectancy of 78.2 years. Now, I found that out when I was preparing the VNR. 78.2 years. So for men, boy, like badly for men. Men, 74.2. But the ladies outlive us by far. 80.3 years. These are statistics of an advanced economy. That is not the statistics of a developing country. And we have to commend ourselves and be proud of that. Because there are countries where the average life expectancy is about 60 years. There are countries in Africa is still 50-something years. You know? And this is why this is so important, because of the quality of life and the investments that we continue to make so that we can let our people enjoy
30 more
better
minutes.
quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, nah, don't worry about that, man. We're good, man. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, so I just want to say on the health, I want to thank the Ministry of Health, thank the Minister, and thank our friends from the UK and PAHO for retrofitting our health center in Grand Bay to make it a smart health center. I mean, when the first time I heard about this smart thing, I heard some people saying they're not too smart. But I went there for myself, and I am satisfied that this is, in fact, a facility that is prepared to provide resilient service for us in the event of a major hurricane. Because it is outfitted with water tanks, it is outfitted with solar power, and the test I gave them, I say, boy, all you come in that solar power thing there and panel on the rooftop. When wind hold that and fly that go, where we going to get power from? But you know what? There's a generator in the basement. So they really are well prepared. They are very resilient. I was thinking of smart that, like, when you go in the washroom, when you pass your hand by the thing, the water starts flowing, you know, and you have thing to blow your hand. I thought that's what they meant by smart, but I think the real smart is more resilience. Yes. And they make them, they build them in such a way, retrofit them in such a way that it is, it can help us in the event we get hit by a major event. So thank you very much for that, and we hope to fully utilize that facility. I want to say to Dr. Henderson and a team there that we are looking forward to providing support to them. I have discussed it with the minister, and we will respond. We're hoping as well that the dental services will be made available, because the facility is outfitted with everything you need for a dental unit. And therefore, I'm looking forward to the assignment of, the commencement of dental services at the Grand Bay Health Center. Mr. Speaker, agriculture. And I hope you'll permit me and have a little patience with me, because I still do other practice. Agriculture, SDG 2, zero hunger, decent work and economic growth as SDG 8, to end hunger and achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. I want to talk a little about agriculture, because I think that this year's budget will do for agriculture what we believe is required in order to ensure that we can meet our target of $700 million from agriculture by 2030. And you see, this is why, boy, you need good leaders, you know. Anything you're doing, it's your home, your personal life, you need visionary leadership. So when our Prime Minister stood up and decided we are going to not double, not triple, we are going to bring the contribution of agriculture to GDP, not only to 200 or 300 million, to $700 million, and that is annually, not accumulative. We are going to ensure that we can meet that target. But I will tell you about the 22 years. I am happy. Thank you so much. Because, you see, sometimes, and I heard somebody on the other side, Mr. Speaker, talk about bananas and the days of bananas. And I was, yeah. I got my baptism, you know that, by fire as Minister of Agriculture. I remember when my good friend, you know, the member for Roseau North, was very active in the banana business. I remember when we set up the... Okay, expert. I give you DBPL and you cool the thing. Okay, expert. It is me. I was the minister who created DBPL for you, and you know what you did with it. But let's leave that alone. I will tell you a little thing. But let's go back. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. Okay, I don't know about that. But Mr. Speaker, oh, sorry, I withdraw it, because
The meaning of Kool-Aid, please.
Bankrupt, Mr. Speaker. I had already said I refuse to translate any Creole word in this house. I will withdraw it instead, because I cannot believe that we have not accepted Creole as an official language in our parliament. So I will withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw it. But Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, you could ask the former Speaker. I've always supported her in that effort. I've always been consistent on that. But Mr. Speaker, so I heard a member on the other side spoke about DBMC and bananas. Yes, indeed. The best year of bananas was 1988, 100 million EC dollars revenue. That was significant. That was big, that was huge. But you know what? And this is why I think sometimes, small island states, we have to watch our politics, man. We have to watch how we play the politics. Because there are factors that we have no control over. People are out there beating us on the head. We are, collectively, as a region, we were contributing about 0.3% of trade in bananas. No, 3%, sorry, of trade in bananas, when 0.01% trade in agricultural produce. Yet, the U.S. government supported Dole and Chiquita to destroy our preferential regime by a ruling of the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and we sit down rows there making trouble with each other. I mean, really? When the late Rosie Douglas sounded the call, when the late Dame Eugenia Charles sounded the call, what we saw was the emergence of a party that came with this bogus, foolish promise of $100 a pound or something like that. That is what happened. I went to the archives of the WTO, and since 1993, the EU was saying to the ACP, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, to be careful because the Americans are coming for your preferential treatment. Since 1993, it is there. It is documented. It is documented. And then, Mr. Speaker, then we had the loss of preferential treatment by 2005. The WTO ruling destroyed our access into the European market without a preferential arrangement. It was quota-based by 2006. It was quota-based. And we... Sorry,
I mean, I know some of us are passionate about agriculture, but please allow the minister to make his contribution.
That's all right.
You understand?
Mr. Speaker.
I mean, I don't want Parliament to be dead, but at the same time, let's have the respect. So please allow him to deliver, and I would not want you to be doing a back and forth while he's presenting. You see? Because we have Honorable Hector John.
Okay.
Let me just finish. We have these stenotypists trying to hear, you know, and we really disturbing. So let's proceed.
Okay, so let me conclude on that, because I seem to have gotten my friends really riled up, and that's good. But we have to remember, and I think we make this mistake too often, that there are certain things that should be sacred. You know, like the Americans. One thing you learn about the Americans, and I said this publicly, and some people challenged me on it. When President Biden won the election, I was on a Caribbean panel discussion, and they asked me, what do I expect? And I said, I expect America to be America. I expect America first. It was said by the previous president, and people around the world were like, oh my God, oh my God. But America has always been America first. When they interact with external or foreign countries, it is always. So even if the Congress, even if you see the Senate, the House of Representatives, they're fighting each other. They cannot pass, they cannot agree on any bill. But when they go out there, it is America first. Why can't we put Dominica first? So when this debate on agriculture was going on, I was, oh my goodness, can't we just see it is not us, it is them fighting us. We needed to pull our forces together and fight back. But instead, we have people making a whole bunch of nonsense, complaining and making trouble. And we tried. We got in at a time when we couldn't pay civil servants, so we could not have given DBMC the type of support they needed. However, we run a bill of $37 million, you know. $37 million debts that we had to come to the parliament and ask for approval so that government could take over that debt when we wound up DBMC. That is what happened. And we took the assets of DBMC and we gave it to the farmers so that they could form DBPL. They had a head start. They had a head start. But the fact is, the market factors were against us. And we don't want to accept that. That is what happened. That is what happened. We could not compete because we had gotten used to a certain price that could not be sustained because our cost of production was still very high in Dominica. You could shake your head all how you want, bro, and be careful because your head not small like mine. But you know, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, I am very happy for the initiatives, the programs in agriculture. And as I say, I will not go into details because I think they've been adequately debated. The procurement of agricultural produce from farmers by Dexia, I think that's a step in the right direction with a credit facility for hucksters. Great move. But for me, there are two key things that I really, really hope that we can expand, develop, and grow immediately. We really must focus on creating that Nature Island brand. I have seen Blue Mountain products in Japan, in the UAE, all over the place, from Jamaica. They have developed that brand. Jam Pro is aggressive. They place their products on shelves all over the world. They meet the requirements. They know what the requirements are to get into these markets. They meet all the technical requirements. They meet the phytosanitary and sanitary requirements. And they get into those markets. They get into those markets. We must build our Nature Island label. And in order to do that, the investment that we have this year, we need to make good use of that, maximize the use of that. But while saying that, Mr. Speaker, I think what I find tragically ironic, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we all can help the farmers in Dominica if we consume what they produce. And I don't know how we can come to the parliament, vote your tax money to help farmers, and you're not buying from farmers. That's not making sense. I mean, that's a contradiction in itself. if the state is investing, providing incentives, subsidies to farmers, we must assist the farmers by buying and consuming local. So I hope, Minister of Trade, that we can move quickly to our Buy Dominica campaign and to have our Buy Dominica month and to ensure that we can sensitize people here and overseas of our Dominican products. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank Minister Grant. And Minister Grant, I'm looking forward to the, well, you used to call it the productive alliances in some of your documents, but you also call it how we call it in this
15 minutes.
document.
15 minutes.
And climate resilience be given an additional 30 minutes to complete his presentation and contribution on the budget.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister, Dr. Vince Anderson, be given an additional 30 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you have an additional 30 minutes.
Thank you. Let me tell member for Rosanov, my ministry is all the ministries. My ministry is all the ministries. I am the Minister for Economic Planning, and Development. My brother, I have to ensure that we perform in our public sector investment programs. So that is my work. So once we leave here, my work really steps up because I want to ensure that everything in this budget is implemented. So this is why I want to take my time and speak to some of those initiatives that I believe can make a difference. But, Mr. Speaker, the productive alliances, or as they call the producer organizations, we're looking forward to the Grand Bay Farmers and Producers Cooperative. We are looking forward to becoming one of your productive alliances so that we can supply you with ginger and turmeric, which we already started with funds from the UNDP. We received $27,000 US, well, the farmers group, the cooperative, and we hope that they could utilize these funds, but we are looking forward to get support. We have already identified a place that could be converted into a pack house that they can utilize to wash and package their produce so that they can bring the farmers some greater support so that they can make improve their livelihoods. So we're looking forward to that, and we're hoping that the $3.8 million that's been allocated, we can benefit from that. My good friend Norman is anxiously awaiting, and my bonjour Patricia cannot wait to see the approval of that project. But Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to speak briefly to the farmers in Grand Bay, the farmers in the mountain, especially Grand Coulibaly area. We have to do some work there. We're also hoping to acquire some lands that can be utilized as an agricultural station and a production farm, demonstration farm, I was told that is the appropriate term, that we can utilize that facility and hopefully will become the area for setting up our agro-processing facility. So we're hoping that we can benefit from the $5 million for the micro agro-processors so that we can use that facility, although there's discussion on the way to do some improvements at the Geneva Industrial Estate so that we can actually set up our micro agro-processing facility right there. So we have some work to do. We are working with the Aid Bank to see how we can do some renovation and reallocation of operations there because some of the units are not being maximized. We're looking forward to that. So, Mr. Speaker, sports. I want to talk a little about sports because I think there is something that caught my attention this year. I want to thank the Minister of Sport, thank the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Sport for the initiative to establish a facility to assist our sportsmen and women. I think this could make a major contribution to sport, especially our sportsmen and women who will be participating in meets, in events, in championships outside of Dominica who need the support, but most importantly, those who are training for major events, especially the athletes, they need that kind of continued support. TLR for Olympic athletes and all of those who will be training for the Olympics. And I hope that we will have as an objective getting Dominicans into the Olympics. And this fund is very important. Minister, I also want to thank you for the support of the Geneva playing field. We know we were expecting completion last fiscal year. We are still having our challenges, but we want to thank you so far for assisting us. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Grand Bay Village Council, especially the chairman, Mr. Armour Thomas, and the many volunteers that went out there to do some work because the contractors stopped work for a while, and we felt that we had to do something. And we came together, a group of us, and we were able to do some work, and I want to thank Reggie Henry, Francis Henry, Willie Favre, Philip Titt, Brian Dennis, Ted George, Darius Henry, Arthur Recker Shillingford, and Glenn Merrifield. You know, because sometimes people think that people are not willing to volunteer and they don't want to help, they just depend on the government. No. I just went up to them and I said, guys, let's do something. The field was in a state that was just unacceptable. We're being criticized back and forth for it, and we decided we were going to do something about it. And they spent Saturday and Sunday, and I want to thank the NEP, especially my good friend with her crew from Montine, from Tetmon, Grand Colibri, Leandra Robin, as a tough lady. She brought her team down, all 60 of them, and they spent 3 days doing some cleaning around the facility. I want to thank Cleo Leafam and her team in Grand Bay as well for their support. But Mr. Speaker, as we move on, I want to move on to, and I should talk a little about culture, because I see Matutus Park has something special about it. And Fet Isidore this year was just so phenomenal that I am excited about this. I'm not a Fet guy, by the way. I don't really like Fet. But, when I experienced Fet Isidore, it was for me an amazing experience. What's made it so unique is the display of culture. It was like a cultural show. From the church service, and I have to thank Father Branca, the church service, the color. We have to thank our seamstress, down in Maranatha Square for outfitting the entire Sakis men and women and how they were so beautifully dressed. And the color that it brought, the life that it brought to the community. And we're hoping, and I would say this year we actually had a cultural stage. So we had 3 stages. But we had a stage that was dedicated to culture. So we had for the entire afternoon, the entire day, just cultural performances. Tradibell. What is this fellow name, boy? Funny name, boy. Some Tululu thing, boy. Anyway, but we had Tradibell. We had the Dubic Cultural Group, Petit Savant Group, the Pierre Charles Cultural Group. And, we had some of the fellas from the other side who joined us. And that was unity. We forgot the political divide. We went on their stage and we invited them and we had a wonderful time. And that moved me in a serious way. And in his main headquarters. And, and Mr. Speaker, this is why I am working closely with the Minister for Culture and the team. We visited Grand Bay some time ago, several weeks ago. And what we are seeking to do, together with tourism, is to create a sort of a cultural tourism experience in Grand Bay. So that our tourists can have that living experience. I don't know if you've been to those little places in the world where you spend time in a village and as if you're living through. I went to this place in Azerbaijan and it was like, this is in the 400 BC, the fellas settled there. And you could live and enjoy their bread. They have this kind of oven, they're making bread, they have this thing, you eat their food. You just spend the day and you live through that experience. This is what we're trying to offer in Grand Bay. So that when you get to GTech, the old little bakery that's there, we're not competing with you, Mr. Speaker. We have, it's nice to go over there. But real traditional system, where they're making the bread. We have local juices being made, and then we want to start making teas. We want to invest in all sorts of teas, cocoa tea, and then we want to go down on the boulevard and back into Matutu's Park. And that's what the investment is. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarification, I'm asking the member to indicate what is the connection between you and bakery and competition?
Honorable Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel that I am being elevated by the spirit of Matutu.
No, you see, I see everyone is enjoying it now. And that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, with culture and tourism, and I want to thank, Carlton Henry, Abio, Teacher Adi, our real cultural leaders, Teacher Bella, and the cultural leaders in the community who are really helping us, to realize this vision. There's his partner, Nico, making nice little pots and stuff, and, the thing, what do you call this thing you make for the tortilla? He makes all of this stuff. He makes drums, he makes the mortar, he makes the pestle, and he does all of those stuff. And we're hoping that we can use all of this to have a unique experience. We have coal pot there, and we're hoping under the small business program, we can see the expansion of coal pot. They need some expansion. The discussion as to where they will be located or relocated is something to be discussed, but that is a great possibility. So all of this being part of the experience and looking at the agro-tourism experience, now that we have investments in our new road, thank you, Minister of Agriculture, thank you very much, Minister of Works, thank you very much. You visited Mopo and Makato with me, and you saw the dire need, and thank God we got through the NAO's office, through the European Development Fund, over $1 million being invested, 1.5, in the Mopo Road. And this year, we're looking forward to seeing the rehabilitation of the Makato Road. We had already done some works there with some funds that were allocated to us. So we're hoping that we can complete that road. I was so excited the other day. I went up to Mopo and I drove up there in comfort. It felt good. It felt good. And I want to thank you for that. I would expect to see more production coming out of that area because of that investment. Mr. Speaker, the young people throughout Dominica will benefit tremendously from our allocations, not only those directed strictly to youth, but throughout the entire investments that we're making for our people. The digital economy really gives to young people the promise, the hope that they would live in a Dominica that's fully connected and that they can create new opportunities for a new economy. And that is the promise of the digital economy. And I'm looking forward to seeing the young men and women in my constituency take advantage of that. And I want to thank the minister, thank Minister Laville and Senator Laville and his team for working closely with us to establish one of the hubs in Grand Bay at the Youth Center. I want to thank Julian Paquette, the youth officer, a youth officer in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, but he's been actively involved in assisting us in setting this up, and we really look forward to using that as an opportunity to create more possibilities and opening new avenues for young people in that constituency. Thank you very much. I want to thank my good friend, the head of that unit, Robbie Tong, well, not head, but in whatever capacity, he came to visit us in Grand Bay, and we had one of the road shows there. We sat with the young people and spoke to them about the many opportunities that are with them. So we hope that they will show up and take advantage of these many opportunities. Mr. Speaker, As part of our effort to build a resilient Dominica, we are looking forward to the rehabilitation of our major roadways and, where possible, the construction of new alternative routes to ensure that in the event of a major event, that people's lives can be protected, alternative routes for evacuations can be created, and we can continue a normal life. This is why we are in support of the many investments that our government is making in the rehabilitation of the major arteries, one to the east, under the DVPR of 126.7 million EC dollars. We look forward to the completion of that project because it also holds the potential for providing us with some of the capacity and capabilities that we need to ensure that we can detect hazards. We will have the capability to train, to equip, to create the facilities for early warning signals that we can use to ensure that we protect our citizenry. And we look forward to that, but likewise, Mr. Speaker, I am more excited about the Lubia to Bagatelle Road. Member for Pidit-Savan, I hope it gets to Bagatelle, but I will ensure you safe passage through Grand Bay. And we are insisting that the Mitcham Bridge be built. To date, it is not a bridge. Some people refer to it as a bridge. It's a Mitcham crossing. I call it the crossing because I don't see any bridge here when I go there. And we know what happens with heavy rainfall, and this is one of the things that the people of the Grand Bay constituency and Pidit-Savan are looking forward to, because this will really make a major difference. We know how, I should say, precarious just traveling on that road is as it is now, much less for if there is heavy rainfall or major event. We saw what happened after the passage of Tropical Storm Erika and, of course, Maria, and how we were cut off totally from the rest of Dominica. So we're looking forward to this new improved road system that will improve the lives of our people in that area. I have gotten so used to the road, I tell you first, I used to be scared of that road. But after a while, you get used to it. So Doc, I feel like you, I'm at home, and I've driven there so many times that I've gotten used to it, but I'm looking forward to the new road, member for the Pidit-Savan constituency, for the benefit of the people in the South. Mr. Speaker, we move to ensuring that one of the key things, essential, my former student, the Senator Esprit, gave us a lecture on water. And, I want to, again, say that water is life, like him. And we are very happy with the investments being made in water, especially building resilience in the water network. And that is part of what we are set out to do. In the targets that we've set under the CRRP, we are looking at ensuring that people have access to safe drinking water, and that we could have water supply that even if we're hit, we can have storage capacity for a number of days, and to ensure that we can also respond and restore in a short period of time. So the 24 million pounds under the UK funds, that will go a long way to enhancing and upgrading the water system in the east, in the west, especially the west coast, and in particular the Miro to Castle Comfort area. The storage facility which will be constructed will be a significant investment to ensuring that we do not have disruption in this part of the island. So we are grateful for that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm also excited about the $1 million allocated for the Grand Coulibaly water system. And I'll tell you, the first time I actually had a meeting in Grand Coulibaly, that was one of the first things that was said to me. Water, water, water. And although there's water in the lower parts of the community, anytime you go above your good friend's bar, Senator Roll, anytime you go above there, there's no water. And what we are doing, it's one of his DYBT clients. So once you get above there, there is no water. What we intending to do is to expand the community. We are in the process of acquiring the lands to settle those squatters on the land. We are hoping to ensure that we can settle this matter before the end of this year and reallocate the properties to those who are already occupying, so that they they can have ownership of the land, and to ensure that in the expansion, as we go higher up, that there will be water. What we were told by the WASCO is that because of the dependence on the water tank in Tetmon, and the capacity up there is too small, the dependence of the water tank just in Grand Coulibaly itself, which is above the village, the elevation is not high enough to go all the way up. And therefore, they will have to make some major investments in the tank in Tetmon to bring it up to about 100,000 gallons and run the pipes all the way down so that it can supply Grand Coulibaly, but also to serve the Grand Bay community, because there is also pressure on the system that's in Grand Coulibaly, feeding places like Hagley and Powell and those places. So we will ensure that with that new investment, we can have an upgraded water system. So as the community expands, that people will have access, and as the farmers seek to use more irrigation, because we're hoping to invest in some greenhouses there, that they will have access to water. So we're very, very excited about this. And I want to thank the Minister Laville, for his support in getting this done, and thank Mr. Etinoff at the WASCO, Mrs. James, and Mr. Roberts, who visited there with me on more than one occasion as we were seeking to find out what would be the best solution for that community. But Mr. Speaker, I want to move quickly into energy, because we had quite a bit of discussion on energy. And I just want to speak briefly on, before I go into geothermal, just talk about renewable energy generally. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a guy who likes to go around putting stripes on my shoulders. But I've spent the last 10 to 15 years in the field of renewable energy as chairman of SIDSDOC and a founding member of SIDSDOC, as the first executive chairman of the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy, which I also created, and I serve as the first executive chairman of SIDSDOC as well for the last, and I held those positions for about 10 years. I also did my doctoral research in renewable energy policy, and therefore when I speak, I don't want to speak as a politician who is talking about stuff. I'm talking about as a researcher who did my research on renewable energy in small island developing states. So what I'm going to say, I'm not just going to say this because I'm trying to score political points, because I also have my academic integrity to protect, unlike those I know who treat theirs very loosely. Mr. Speaker, renewable energy is something that holds great promise, especially for islands, for the simple reason that we have abundance of sun and lots of wind. And these are the most, well, simplest forms of renewable energy that we know: solar energy and wind energy. But Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that is said so often at conferences on renewable energy and all this stuff, as if it was so easy, it would have already been done. And sometimes there is some wisdom in that, because I've heard people say, why are you guys wasting your time with geothermal and doing all this hard work and going and drilling wells and doing all that thing? You can just put 2 solar panels up and you're okay, and it's cheaper. Now that myth about cheaper, everything has to be treated in context. What is cheap in India, in the desert of Morocco, in the UAE, is not cheap in Dominica, in St. Lucia, in Grenada, in the islands. So, Mr. Speaker, when Dominica decided to pursue geothermal energy, I will admit it was very expensive, it was very difficult, but the good news is that we have passed the biggest challenge. It's as the saying goes, you're so far down the wicket, if you try to run back, you'll run out. We have invested over $25 million in developing geothermal energy, most of which were grants. We now have a $12 million grant from which we have signed a $12.5 million drilling contract with Iceland Drilling. We have also received some funds from the World Bank, from which we have signed a contract with ACE Engineering of 8.5 million EC. These are significant investments, but here's the good thing about this. Geothermal energy, unlike solar, even if no matter how raging the winds are, no matter how powerful the rain is, you're not going to lose your geothermal plant. You build it in a nice structure that's well protected, you're okay. I have visited geothermal plants that are 60 years old. I went to New Zealand, I did a whole tour. But there are solar, utility scale solar facilities next door in Guadeloupe. By 10 years, you have to replace your panels. By 7 years, you have to replace your batteries. And with what is happening in the world, there is no guarantee that you can get access to those things. And I believe their prices are going to go back up because of the demand. So, Mr. Speaker, we are fortunate. The other thing about solar power, I did a consultancy with a company. We were trying to get a deal, a contract in Grenada. After they lost their 4 megawatt diesel generator, they wanted to go into renewable. At the time I was working with a company, we did a proposal. And I will tell you this, for the people who tell you it's cheaper, the cheapest we could get was 18 US cents per kilowatt hour. No difference from what it costing you for diesel. 18 US cents per kilowatt hour. We had to build it to ensure it can withstand winds, and therefore the cost went up. We had a problem trying to find one location where you could actually get 10 acres of flat land or suitable land to put the panels. By the way, you need a lot of land. Are you going to take your limited land you have for agriculture or housing or tourism development and put solar panels on them? You really want to do that? These are the kinds of decisions we have to make. This is Dominica. There is not much usable land in Dominica. We have lots of land. We're bigger than most of our neighbors, except for the French territories. But we don't have much usable land to put solar panels. But what we found out is so we had to struggle to get this done, and then decide to put some there, some over there. That increases the cost. Then the question is, how do your battery storage capacity? How much battery you need? For 10 megawatts, for 4 megawatts of power, you maybe need 10 megawatts of solar panels. You need 10 megawatts of battery storage because the sun must go down. And there will be days when there will be so much cloud cover that you have to call on your batteries. Now, if you don't have more battery now, what you going to do? So your battery finished, like it happened to me the other day. But I'm connected to Domlec. I call Domlec. I don't have the burden of having a generator. But if you're going to make that kind of investment at a utility scale, to tell Domlec to shut down their diesel generators, when your battery finishes, where you going to get power? And who is going to pay you for those extra batteries and those extra panels that you will need to ensure that you always have power? So what we found out is in order for us to get 24-hour power from solar power, we had to have batteries that was causing the cost of electricity to be even higher than it is now with the high price of fuel. So if you want to do that, that's cool, I'm just the minister. So if I have to go and do that, and that's what Dominicans say they want, you want to leave power that will be on for 24 hours that doesn't depend on sun. Senator Esprit tell us, the Earth's crust, the heat from the Earth's crust. That is what's going to generate the power. Mix, good. Let's come to the mix. Hydro, solar is good. Rooftop solar is okay. Our schools are outfitted with solar. Our public facilities outfitted with solar. When we have good, adequate, suitable rooftop, solar can be a good combination. That is what we are supporting, and our national energy policy supports that. So we say in all of the above, but all of the above in the right proportions, because we don't want to go having so many people off the grid that by the time we bring geothermal, we don't have enough people. So the unit cost is going to be higher. It's simple math, economics, if you want. And therefore, we have to ensure that we move with this investment. We've had our challenges, I'll admit. I have had to carry the burden every time. Every time we negotiate in a deal and the party walks away on the 11th hour, I have to carry the burden. As I told my colleagues the other day, I remember every time a deal failed, I remember where I was. I remember where. I remember when and where. Every time. Because you always feel you have the deal. Everybody agrees. And then all of a sudden, Erica hit us. When fellas see that, fellas say they finish that. After Erica, fellas say they finish that, next day, man, the way to express sympathy, Fellas get their report, they see, we're not in that again. We tried again, another time, You know, things start going bad. Then boom, the other day, things were going so good. We're ready to start. Russia went into Ukraine. It changed the dynamics, but we're still making progress. Fortunately, every time we have never abandoned our own initiatives from the government. So we have protected ourselves. This is why we have work ongoing. And this is why we have a contract signed, and by September we'll start, the drilling company will bring their rig here. And this is why we're trying our best to make sure that the road to the valley, and thank you, Dr. Mark, I know you have some road improvements going on there, that will fit in very nicely in the preparation for us as well. You know, the Cabanis work going on, some of the areas that you also have to fix in Providence and some of those areas. You know, the little we'll need is to make some negotiations within the Loda village so the rig can negotiate around the corners. That is what we'll have to do. But these are some of the hard decisions. And I'm telling you, I have been around this thing for a long time. And I have tried, I have looked, we've done the models. We've sat down with all the experts around the world. And the reality is, we are fortunate in Dominica. And that is the point I want to leave this topic with. We are fortunate that we have geothermal potential. We are one of 4 countries in the Caribbean with that potential. But we are the furthest ahead. There are some other island states that are trying, but they've not been as fortunate as us because we have been able to attract more grant funding. Because of the investment is so heavy, without grant, it really doesn't make sense. I'll be quite honest with you.
So wasn't you revised it?
I gave it to you already, 2024. The end of 2024. We told you, because we have quite a bit of work ongoing, and we're looking forward to it. And if tomorrow it doesn't work, I'll come back and tell you it doesn't work. I'll tell you why. But it will work. I think so. It will happen. And I'm telling you, it will happen. If it's the last thing I can do in this government is to ensure that we can achieve our goal of eliminating diesel in Dominica. But Mr. Speaker, in order to do that and to be resilient, we need a transmission line. And this is why we've made significant progress in that. We've invested so far, we've signed $2.5 million in contracts for our environmental and social impact assessment, the design. So we've already done the route for Loda to Focole. So we know the route. We are now preparing to do the ESIA. We have the consulting firm working on the design. The big challenge is getting to Sugarloaf. And that's why we're looking at a combination of undergrounding, overhead, but with more robust structures, not the little poles, but the towers that are robust, because we're upgrading the actual power from 11 kilovolts to 33 in the valley, and then to 69. So 69,000 volts, and that means that we have to get towers that are big, and they have to be higher than the little wires that we have running around the place. So this kind of investment is a massive investment, a massive undertaking, but it will help us to attain our resilience goals. So that is a very, very important investment. But Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, and I will just add briefly that geothermal energy in Dominica should not be seen solely for electricity at our homes and our businesses, but it's an opportunity to transform Dominica in a new form of industrialization. We have the potential to produce much more power than we need. And this is why we're investing in seeking to determine the resource capacity in the north. And the north is where we hope we can construct our green eco-industrial park, powered by geothermal, to produce ethanol, to produce green hydrogen, and to create a new industry. And so far we've received funds from the Green Climate Fund. We've received we've received $749,000 from the Green Climate Fund, and we have received our equipment to actually start doing the studies, and we're looking forward to the scientists from UWI to come to Dominica so that they can visit all 124 sites where we'll actually be studying with the magnetoleric data to see if we have the potential of geothermal power in the north. So Mr. Speaker, we're really looking forward to that. This is a very exciting opportunity for Dominica, and I think it has the potential to really, in a significant way, reshape our economy and to create more opportunities. But But Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I really want to speak to our housing development. And I'm not going to speak to those that have been spoken about, except by my neighbor and colleague, Dr. Darrow, member for the Petit Savan constituency. He didn't tell you that we're building a whole new community in Grand Bay. I mean, he's going to get a big share of it, you know. Yes. But at center in Grand Bay, we are looking at a major development in that area. It will be, so far, an improvement over what we've done. But it's in keeping with the same theme, where it is not a housing scheme. It is not just some houses in an area, but an entire community. It will be outfitted with facilities. In this case, we'll be doing the new fire station, even a church for your Dubic people, because the Dubic people will be relocated there. Those who will live in the Petro Casa after Tropical Storm Erica, those Petro Casas were destroyed by Hurricane Maria. So we're rebuilding for them. We already reconstructed some houses for them. Some had to be demolished and rebuilt. That has been done, about 11 of them. We are looking at the fire station, an ambulance service, even a gas station. We will have a gas station there. There's no gas station in that spot. So we'll be having a new filling station there, modern, with all the new facilities. And we will also have a commercial section for small businesses. And that will, you know, create great opportunities, especially for the small business owners in the community. And while I'm on small business, I mean, I have to thank the minister. I don't want to tell, like Dr. Mark, I don't want to tell you how much, because, but I get some, you know. but what I found most impressive about this is not just the funds that were made available. It's not just the funds, but the training. The training, I found it instructive. I want to commend the ministry for this initiative. I remember when we started the DYBT, we had that component of training as a requirement to access the funds. And we're always advocating, I've always been advocating that anyone receiving government funds, there should be some preconditions. And that I found is a progressive move, and I want to commend you for that, Minister. I hope that those who participated benefited. From what I've heard from some of them, they had a great time, and they're looking forward to get their businesses going. We'll also, I forgot to tell you, we'll have the magistrate's court. We're going to have a new magistrate's court there. We will have a basketball court which will be upgraded. You know, so I'm not going to spend much money up in center. I am going to develop the Matutus Park basketball, the hard court there at Matutus Park, so it is all part of the park rehabilitation. Minister of Community Development is already giving us the support, $300,000 to rehabilitate the park, and then we will be, from the sports side, we'll be rehabilitating the hard court. And Doc, I will tell you, I'm a member for Petit Savan, it will be just like yours because it's your partner helping us. So we're looking forward to upgrading that facility so that the young men and women and not so young will have the opportunity to utilize that facility. The other thing about the housing in center that I want to mention is the fact that we try to build in resilience into that facility. So the undergrounding of the lines, the road network, and hopefully we can see some improvements to what currently exists, will be such a way that will make it easy for emergency evacuation and to ensure that lives are protected in the event of a major event. And I think that is a major investment. We look forward to that. We're expecting to have 40 units, and they're actually houses, not apartment units, but 40 of those houses will be allocated to residents of Grand Bay, and we'll be selling some service lots to people from the community who can build their own homes right there in center. This is one of the most beautiful views. I would dare say it's a majestic scenery that you can visit at your spare time. I know some of you have, and it's a lovely place. It's a real lovely place. So
7 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, again, as I speak to that project, I want to thank the Prime Minister because he visited with us and he was determined to see that project go, and most importantly, the commitment to respond to the people in Gaza to build some units up there as well. We have already started the process of acquisition of lands in Pigodo, so some of them who wish to move there will move there, and we are looking forward to working with them and ensuring that they have the opportunities in the new housing development in the south. So we're looking forward to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also take the opportunity to speak briefly to some new opportunities, and I want to just talk briefly about fisheries, because I think there are some new initiatives, new investments, and I'm hoping that with the new and improved Roseau Fisheries Complex and the facilities for export, I hope it will create more opportunities for fishermen in the south. I know Dr. Darrow, the member for Pidit-7, and I are working closely for the development of the Stowe facility. We're hoping that it will be not just a mere fish landing facility, but will become a tourism facility with the opportunity for maritime facilities, whether it's for yachts and for pleasure crafts, and they don't have to pay the duties and taxes under this new budget, but also for more movement, that eventually this could become a port in the south of the island. I think it has the capacity to become a port in the south of the island. It is good as part of our resilience plan, because in the event that we cut off, we need to be able to evacuate, and this could be the best route for evacuation by sea. So I think this investment is important, not only for fisheries, as I said, but as part of our resilience plan, and opportunity for economic activities, trade, and to regularize the trading that's perhaps already taken place. I know I visited some of my partners fishing there, and I hope we can do something to improve the conditions there. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank our NEP workers. You know, it's sorry I'm jumping all over the place, but I just, for me, coming into the constituency and seeing how it was always clean, I've never seen that, always clean. The people don't give the grass a chance to grow. You know, they always clean. But I really want to thank Cleo and the crew in Grand Bay, but more in particular, I want to thank Leandro. I've done it before, but I think the fact that, and getting close to them, gives me a better appreciation of how significant NEP is. I mean, it's really it's a livelihood for rural folk. And, you know, this is not something to be scoffed at or take on lightly. There are improvements that we will be making, and we have to make after all, we've had the program for 10 years. And clearly, some of the things that we have been doing in the past, we need to accelerate them so that we can transform people to more permanent jobs, and to create more opportunities so that they can get out of the internship into full-time jobs. But we should never underestimate the impact, especially for the ladies cleaning the road, and the pride they take. I mean, these people take pride in this, you know. I mean, my good friend from Montine, when you hear her talk about that, she even wants to fire people that are not working. That's how much she takes pride in this thing. And there are people who are really, but not a pal rep. but there are people who, for them, this is really the only means of employment, and we have to understand the reality, and we should never scoff at it. So I want to thank them for that. I want to thank the NEP caregivers as well. You know, my good friend Magdalene, John Baptist, and the Yes We Care, Mrs. Bellot, the Yes We Care crew. I spent a day with them, just going over to visit the elderly, bringing food hampers and meeting with them. And it's amazing. I mean, this thing really touched me. This thing really makes a difference. There are people who are just disconnected. They had nobody to care for them. They have their kids, you know, some of them have abandoned them, and some who are there trying their best they can, but they also have their own families to take care of. And those things really, really make a difference, especially when you go to those communities and you reach out and you meet these people. So it's one thing if we stay from a distance and speak about those things, and sometimes in a very unflattering way. But when you go out to see the true impact, you realize the importance of these programs. And we should do the best we can to maintain this. Mr. Speaker, similarly, we have to take care of our children. We have to protect our children. And I want to endorse what was said by the Minister of National Security. The only thing I'll add to this is that I think that the abduction of this child, Kanisha, must really appeal to us in a way that we can make some permanent changes. And I want to propose, and I have mentioned it, that perhaps it's an opportunity for us to do like the Americans did when little Amber disappeared, and they created the Amber Alert. Why not we create a Kanisha Alert or something of that sort, so that everybody knows there's a missing child. It comes on your phone. Anybody who's lived in North America, you know that. Anytime a child is missing, there is an alert, and that alert is called an Amber Alert. It's not a caller, by the way, it's a child's name. I used to think it was Amber, like, you know, the traffic light. But it's actually, that was her name when she disappeared. She was abducted. And I think perhaps it's an opportunity for us to bring the telecommunications companies on board, bring Flow and Digicel, to create a facility that whenever a child is missing, that everybody in Dominica with a phone can know. And I believe that is something we should seriously consider as part of the reforms that we're making. I really look forward to supporting Minister Dr. King in those initiatives to strengthen our child protection laws, and especially to create more administrative structures to support families and to ensure that our children are protected. So I really want to give my support to that. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the leader of the opposition and my colleagues here who have called for peace and calm, because I believe that for us to truly enjoy the serenity of this island, the natural beauty in this Isle of Beauty and Isle of Splendor, I mean, we need to ensure that we have a peaceful Dominica. We can boast of the fact that we are the third safest place in all of Latin America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We came number 3 and number 31 in the world. We are a relatively safe place that people will visit and people will want to live. But we must do everything. We must commit ourselves to ensuring that we work to maintain the peace and safety, the serenity that we enjoy in this nature island. And the only way we can do this is to stop the political bickering, those opportunistic people who continue to run to the rescue and to attack people who spend their time and their lives seeking to protect a little child. That we need to rethink this and work together, meet the minister, meet the ministers. Let's come together and see what can be done for peace and safety in our island. To deal with the uprising of gun violence and all of these things that are foreign to us. We have to combat this. We need to fight them. We need to come together to ensure that we can protect our land. And as we celebrate our August Monday, let's do it peacefully. August Monday was a time that all of us look forward to go somewhere on a beach, to go somewhere and take a lime and to enjoy yourself. But now that as our lot in life improves, we become more affluent. We have vehicles. Before you would have to hitch a ride. See if a pickup going to jump in the back. Now everybody have their car. Now people have car, they're so fancy, they have no tolerance for people. They want to knock you down on the road. They want to get upset because you overtake them. And all sorts of madness happening on the road. And people are racing as if they're trying to die. I mean, we need to ensure that the things that make us truly Dominican, that we protect those things and we reflect on our actions. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone a happy August Monday, and don't forget the reason for the celebration.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, 2nd of August at 10 a.m.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned until Tuesday, 2nd August 2022 at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, 2nd August 2022.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is dinner upstairs, so members can have dinner before they leave.